Was it not interesting and maybe even planned out by the powers that be at the Big Ten Network that the two new coaches to the division, to the conference, the Big Ten Western Division, Matt Rule at Nebraska and Luke Fickell at Wisconsin, the two coaches that have the most hype surrounding them going into this season because of big expectations at places that need a shot in the arm, lined up back-to-back in the Big Ten Network this past Saturday in spring football action. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. You've arrived at the best discussion, debate, and analysis of college football across the board. And, of course, on Monday, it's all about the Big Ten at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. We've got John D'Adamo ready to host our 8 p.m. Eastern Time block as well. So we will be here for roughly 4 hours talking Big Ten football with all of you. Appreciate you being here. We do not take for granted you liking the video, sharing the videos out on social media, your presence here in the live chat, and your viewership of what we do here at the Voice of College Football. So thank you so much for your support. It's been amazing. Thank you so much as we travel forward, as we push onward toward 100,000 subscribers. That is the immediate goal, 100,000 subscribers. And regardless of how far in the distance that seems, I will go undaunted toward 100,000 subscribers. That is the next goal in line. And we will talk Big Ten football with all of you. We have left the link there to call the show in the chat. So just grab the link and you can turn off your camera and treat it just as a regular phone call if you'd like. That is certainly acceptable in every such way. So treat it just like a phone call. If you have any issues with the video portion of that, grab the link in the live chat. Not the description section. I'm so used to saying that. Grab the link in the live chat and join me here at the Voice of College Football to talk Big Ten. If you are joining us for a first time, I would invite you to check out the videos that we've got on the docket. Check out all the videos. Check out the live streams. Check out everything that we do here at the Voice of College Football here on the main channel. You don't have to like, you don't have to subscribe, you don't have to do all those kind things just to be a kind YouTube viewer. No. Make sure that we deliver on what we tell you. Best discussion, debate, and analysis. Lock it in right here. Give us a look. Check out the videos. The most recent video we posted was with ESPN Director of Recruiting, Tom Luginbill. We did a two-part series, about a 45-minute discussion with Mr. Luginbill, and Tom was phenomenal, and I knew he would be, and that's why we booked him. I got to say that was one of the best discussions. I want to say maybe recency bias plays into this, that I want to say that is the best conversation that we've had here at the Voice of College Football. I will instead say, as a guy who respects our tremendous history at the Voice of College Football, I will say that it's one of the best. One of the very best conversations. We released part 1 late last week. We released part 2. Apparently, that has not gotten out to anyone because nobody's really picked up on part 2. And that was actually the better portion of the two conversations, or the split conversation. So check it out. Tom Luginbill and myself talking high school football recruiting, talking NFL draft selections and evaluations. Just remarkable insight into all of that in terms of player evaluations and the inner workings of recruiting and NFL draft evaluations with Tom Luginbill. Check it out. I've got a list here of about 42 different things concerning both the channel and Big Ten football. And I'm just going to go down the list until somebody calls me. We will be here talking Big Ten football with all of you. And I will say that we will be considering in future weeks as we make our way through the spring. Is this spring? It was spring. Actually, it went right past spring a couple of weeks ago. I would say about a week ago. It went right past spring into summer in most of the Midwest, from what I understand, and certainly here in the Buckeye State. It went right past spring right into summer, right from 50 to 85 immediately. And I enjoyed that. I had no issue with that. There doesn't have to be a spring for me. Spring's nice. Spring's welcome. Certainly a great change from what we have to endure in the Midwest and the Northeast and other parts of the country for 3 or 4 or 5 months. So it's a welcome change, but I'll go right into summer. But spring's fine too. But we are on the periphery of like winter weather again. And maybe I'm being a little harsh, maybe a little bit too picky, but still, last week of April, give me 60 degrees. Give me some sun, give me 60 degrees. Don't give me, especially when it goes from a 90, literally within degrees. It may have touched 90 degrees here on Saturday and Sunday, I believe, were the days last week. I'm getting my days mixed up, but I know for about 10 to 15 days, it was mostly beautiful here. Anywhere from high 60s to 90 and sunny, crystal blue skies every day. I got too used to that. And now I guess I'm looking to move to Hawaii, probably to make sure that I can enjoy that on a daily basis. So 45 degrees, I'm talking spring football, but it feels like November football in the Big Ten, and maybe rightfully so. But our show's only until 10 o'clock Eastern time, and then the weather can revert to spring after that. But we got Big Ten football weather outside. We got Big Ten football talk here. And again, Wisconsin and Nebraska, my takeaways, you know what my takeaways are? It doesn't much matter what we had to say about these two games. And I got to say, since I didn't take notes on those games, I had both of them on the entire time. We actually had a Nebraska watch party, and that was a whole lot of fun with our Husker faithful. So check that out. We took your calls and your comments, of course, on Nebraska football during those 2 hours, which turned into about 2.5 to 2:45, I believe. I think actually Matt Rule playing somewhat of an actual game. Quarterbacks got hit, that it carried the game a little bit further. Maybe some of these rule changes that are being enacted for this fall, when you get a first down, the clock continues to run in college football now, just like the NFL. Maybe they should move some of those rules changes to spring football so they can get to their next 2-hour window and their next game on time, which was, again, Nebraska. Then we got to see Wisconsin, and Tanner Mordecai threw the ball all over the place. And I don't mean that in a good way. He threw the ball all over the place. He sailed it. He misfired. He underthrew. He was all over the place and threw 3 interceptions. I am not going to make a judgment on Tanner Mordecai based on 3 passes or what were some pretty lousy passes that were not intercepted. But Wisconsin obviously has a work in progress regarding its passing offense. Earlier today, I was on the Spurs Up show, and pardon me, I'm going to talk SEC for about 12 seconds. But I was asked, after watching the spring games and discovering what I did about what else was happening throughout the spring in various SEC camps, who I was higher on than I was 4 to 6 weeks ago, and now who I have a lesser evaluation of. And the only thing I could come up with based on quarterback performance was that Florida and Alabama. And of course, we have much more faith in Alabama correcting those issues, whether it be with Ty Simpson and Jalen Milroe, or going out to get a transfer portal quarterback, than Billy Napier and Florida. And yes, Graham Mertz. So Graham Mertz's replacement for right now is Tanner Mordecai. I don't know that this in any way compromises. I don't know how well he's played throughout the other 14 sessions through the spring. I don't know if this in any way compromises his spot as the number 1 quarterback. We saw Braden Locke. We also saw Nick Evers, the incoming transfer from Oklahoma, high 4-star back in his recruiting class. So Wisconsin may want to keep that quarterback job open, may want to consider, with Nick Evers and the talent that he possesses, Braden Locke again coming in from Mississippi State with little to no experience, but still Tanner Mordecai, 33 touchdown passes last season, 3 stellar years at SMU. Maybe just a bad day. Maybe just a bad day. For the first time in a long time, we see Wisconsin without a Jim Leonhard defense. I think that this Wisconsin team, what the expectations are, is that the scoring is going to be up for the Wisconsin offense, but the scoring defense and the points against is also going to be slightly up. And it's going to be a tough act to follow to replace Jim Leonhard and to keep up the kind of statistical efforts that Wisconsin football on that side of the football has been able to churn out for years and years and years and years. Top 5, 10 to 15 defenses. A poor Wisconsin defense is finishing in the top 20 in the nation. So it's been mighty strong there in Madison. Has anyone, by the way, and I am asking this question because of a conversation I had the other day with a friend. And no, we were not having a conversation for like 45 minutes about Madison, Wisconsin. But over the course of us having a conversation about other things, Madison, Wisconsin was brought up. I have never been there. I have never been to Madison. Has anyone in the chat been to Madison? And what would be your impressions of Madison, Wisconsin? I would like to hear this, and then I would like to match those up against my friend's impression of Madison. Anybody been to Madison, Wisconsin? So in place of a phone call here, I'm going to go through my list of various items, and I'm going to keep my eye on the chat. We're going to go through all the comments and questions there in the chat. We would expect you to consider, of course, the super chat function right here at the Voice of College Football. You can support the show a number of ways. Like the video, share these videos out on social media. Just flat out tell people that we are here talking college football all the time. There are people out there that you converse with on a daily basis, whether that be directly or through social media, that have no idea. Imagine a world. Imagine your own personal world. Just, I know, shudder the thought, but just for a moment, fathom the thought of a world without the voice of college football. I don't want to bring bad thoughts into your life today. We bring optimism and sunshine and hope is what we bring, and fun and entertainment and good conversation here at the Voice of College Football. So rarely do I like to go this dark. Do I like to go down this path? But just imagine. And I'm only doing this for the ultimate good of folks out there that have no idea, is that if you can imagine, again, just for a split second, if you can imagine a world without the voice of college football, just imagine that others are experiencing such a dark, dim, gloomy world out there. So you can be the one. You can be the one to share the voice of college football with them. We've got...
Here we go.
Dan Beast Media on the line to talk some college football with us. What's going on, man?
Good evening, college football people. I hope you hear me okay. We're breaking in a new mic tonight.
Well, that can be a good thing. Hopefully it's better than the old one.
It is. I mean, okay. I don't know. Well, I guess this is the first real test run here. That's why I'm just running with the mic. So
testing it out on us.
Yeah.
All right.
First time live anyway. Okay. It should be an upgrade, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, the reason I was calling, other than I hadn't, called in a minute, was just to see if you thought there were any gargantuan shifts after the spring games in any league. I mean, I started to say I don't really think so, but I should preface that by saying that I enjoyed watching some of the Big Ten games. I did not catch them all, but I saw a couple, and I watched 3 or 4 of the SEC games You just don't always have time to sit down and do the ESPN Plus thing, so that makes it tricky. But I saw enough to think that I was not sold on, and I know this is a Big Ten show, and I'll get back to it. But for instance, I was not sold on Alabama, what I saw from them. So there may be a gargantuan shift there. Actually, we won't know till the fall. But it doesn't look great right now. So when I looked at the Big Ten, I know that there are obviously national contenders in that conference. And the best I can glean is that Ohio State has real questions along the offensive line. The question for Michigan would be, are we just going to be able to make that next step? I don't know that the spring game is going to show you that. And when you look out west, I mean, at the Pacific Conference, Pac-10, Pac-12, whatever it is these days, the USC gained a lot of offense, which you would expect, not a lot of defense from what I heard. So I just wondered, among the group of the top tier that people think might have a shot, Penn State, I hear they looked okay. I don't know. You can't take too much from a spring game, but in certain circumstances, you can see some tea leaves. So I don't discredit them completely. So I don't know. Did you see anything that really sort of shook your tree?
So you said the tea leaves. That's about where I'm at on all this. So you've got the alarmists who watch a spring game and they come to all sorts of conclusions. Then at the other end of the spectrum, you have people that say they mean nothing. Well, they mean about as much as day 1 of practice, day 2, day 3, day 4. They're all generally equal. And they've got 15 of these. But we get to see one. So for us, that's the most important one because it's not the most important one, but it's the only one we get to see. So we have to draw some conclusions from it, or again, read the tea leaves. So for me, I obviously have an evaluation of every team after the previous season. And then based on NFL draft losses, transfer portal losses, the additions and the subtractions, I have a running evaluation of that team. And then they enter spring practice. And if what we hear out of spring practice coupled with the spring game falls in line with my evaluation of whether that team seems to be trending up or trending down, then when I can put all those things together, then I'm going to say, okay, well, it's reasonable to think that this is an issue or this is a problem or that they've corrected this or they will continue to be great at this, if you follow me there.
I do,
so
and
that's
I
basically
concur.
what I'm doing. When Graham Mertz, for example, staying in the SEC, when Graham Mertz is a marginal at best quarterback for 2+ seasons at Wisconsin, he goes to Florida and we see an offensive showing like we did in the Florida spring game, not just based on his issues, but others, then it leads me to believe Florida's got a lot of work to do on offense, as opposed to if Georgia or Michigan or name a prolific offense from last year, USC just happened to have a bad day in the spring day, that I would tend to write that off.
Yeah, and like I say, I concur. I mean, I think we're in the same boat there is how we view them. I guess the linchpin here would be like the transfer portal, for example. Everyone loves to look at it. Either you're losing players or you're hopefully gaining someone that's going to help your team. And there are guys who were on these rosters for spring games that were, transfer portal guys. Can you think of one of those players that did something on spring or in spring that we saw, or even that you heard about really, that looks like they're really going to be an asset to their new team? So I have asked on here before, like, for example, I tracked the guys who went to Nebraska. I've always sort of liked Nebraska. Now they're former Dogs out there, so I was watching them. So a guy like MJ Sherman, for example,
Yeah.
said everything. Everybody said he had a good spring. He had done well since he'd been there. I think he made a play or two in the game. So that's somebody that looks like a player who's everything's gonna work out good for everybody. He's gonna get more reps. It looks like he's gonna play for them as a starter, or at least, be in a heavy rotation. And that, I don't know that he's going to be a huge difference maker, right? Because I'm somebody who thinks that one guy's not going to do that, but can be a real addition to your team. So again, the transfer portal and I have a weird relationship right now, because I'm just not sold. Can you get a player that's going to help your team? Yes, absolutely. But did we see anybody that's really going to make a huge difference? And I understand that's all relative depending on where your team is, So I just wonder if anybody stood out to you, because Sherman's a guy that, like I said, he made a play in the game, so I could see that. But I just don't know how many other guys made that opportunity. I know for Georgia, for example, Lovett was a transfer guy, Dominic Lovett from Missouri. He flashed in the G-Day game. He looks really good. He's going to be a problem in Georgia's offense in the fall. That's something that is value added, which is the position that Georgia's in. If they pursue someone, that's the kind of guy they're going to go get, right? A guy that they know is going to benefit them immediately. I think every team wants to do that, but not every team is in a position to be so picky. And I guess that's what I'm getting at, is who else came through with a home run in the portal?
So this is, I'm guessing, the third year of the transfer portal operating in the way that it currently is, meaning that it's just Katie bar the door, floodgates are open, everybody's going crazy. I think this is the third go around. Obviously, there's multiple go arounds per season, but I mean per calendar year, the third time. Because I would like to, if I had the time, I would do these kind of exhaustive analysis, but I will leave this up to somebody else, because somebody will pick this up at some point. Somebody's going to break this down. Somebody's going to track, probably most likely for their particular school that they're covering. They're going to track the, roughly 15 transfers that they got in over the course of 3 years. Okay, so we're at 45 to 50 transfers, and they're going to start to evaluate them on how much of an impact they had. And we make a lot of to do about this transfer portal, and we should. But we may come to the conclusion, as you are pointing out, that it's much like, for any baseball fans out there, the trading deadline on July 31st, where there is this, or at least used to be, I don't follow baseball anymore, but I used to be an enormous baseball fan. And there was a lot of to do about who you could pick up to make a playoff push. But when you really analyze the situation after years, there were very few of these free agents who made a major impact toward making a difference in the pennant race. And this may be similar. Those guys are out there. There's no question. The Jameson Williams type, they are there and will continue to be there. But I don't know how many out of all the ones that people get excited about or get upset about, that how many are going to be a big, I saw Jeff Sims play in the spring game for Nebraska, and I don't know that he did anything exceptional, but I don't know that he had to do anything exceptional. He made almost every throw that he was asked to make. Like, I think that's going to be a really good quarterback competition, whereas I had the impression, I had the evaluation that Casey Thompson was a better quarterback. Like, if you would have said 3 days before Jeff Sims transferred to Nebraska and he was a Georgia Tech quarterback, who's a better quarterback, Casey Thompson or Jeff Sims, I would not have thought about it for more than 5 seconds, and I would have told you Thompson, but I'm not so sure now.
Well, I mean, obviously I have some exposure to Sims, seeing as how he was at Tech, and he was a very highly rated player when he arrived in Atlanta, and he made some plays for Tech, but Tech is just such an albatross and was such a such a mess during
Yeah.
his time there that he, even if he was just carrying the team, they were still going to win, very few games. And so I think an evaluation of him at Nebraska is probably a better evaluation than you could get just from watching old game tape of him at Tech. I mean, if he's got the skills and obviously Rule is a coach that can work well with quarterbacks. So I wouldn't at all be surprised, to see him have some level of success there if he got the opportunity. But to your point exactly, just this week, there was an article posted that I believe this is the third year, and I believe this year has seen the largest number of portal entries. And if it wasn't this year, it was this window has seen the largest number of portal entries. And it was somewhere around 300 or 320, Division I players who just were moving around or trying to move around. And at some point, again, this much like NIL, and we're going to find out as this thing plays out, and guardrails may be installed around both of these things. I just think because it's new and because people don't fully understand it, myself included, because it's hard to get that information, I just think the impacts are, for the most part, very much what you said. Like, you might have a Jameson Williams come through the portal who makes a huge difference. Lovett, for example, this year at Georgia might make a huge difference. I just don't think you're going to see many of those guys every year. You might see 5, maybe, across the country who have the type of impact that
only 5
that
wow
level up your program, like earn you 3-4 extra wins in a season. I mean,
I
that's
didn't
what I
even
mean,
know
like
those
a
guys
dramatic
existed outside
impact.
the quarterback position.
Well, look at Jameson Williams, though.
3
I
or
mean,
4
that's an
wins?
addition.
You think if Jameson Williams didn't play for Alabama in 2021 that they would have gone like 8-4?
Well, no, that squad was loaded. He had another guy on the other side by the name of Mechie, but that was
Sure.
just, I'm just saying there was an example of a guy who clearly was value added. So
Absolutely. He was phenomenal.
yeah,
3 or 4
yeah.
wins.
Well,
That's a bit much.
I'm flying by the seat of my pants
Okay.
here. I'm just saying that's a guy. Clearly, he had an impact that was measurable, right? I mean, because now you had to pick your poison. But the point is, I just don't know that you're going to have huge impact guys unless it's a quarterback. And yes, there are some quarterbacks on the move this year. The guy at Notre Dame comes to mind. That the guy at Kentucky, I think, he came from NC State, right? So
Yes.
there are guys who think they're players and they really might make a difference. I'm just, you're just going to have to show me, and we're just going to have to
Those
see.
guys that you just mentioned, they've already proven to be really good quarterbacks. Jameson Williams, we didn't know about exactly. He earned playing time at Ohio State, so we had a pretty good idea that he had to be good. But, we know that
Yes.
Notre Dame has upgraded a quarterback, that they've got one of the 10 best quarterbacks in the country, and Kentucky just picked up a really good quarterback. Those guys have played multiple seasons at a high level.
Well, yeah, I'm not trying to diminish their past efforts. They're clearly good players looking for a better opportunity. But I just think we're going to find out as it stretches into the future that there's not a whole lot of splash players out there. That's all I'm saying. And the same thing with the difference that NIL is going to make. So, I mean, are they going to have an impact? Sure. But is it going to have some sort of, huge tidal wave impact? I'm not so sure about that. So yeah, I mean, just a couple thoughts about the spring, nothing too, nothing too big on the call in here, but
Well, I appreciate
it's
it.
a Big Ten. Yeah, it's a Big Ten show. And I'm always interested in hearing about how those top competitors are up there in the Big Ten. Am I off base? Would you say I'm off base when it comes to what we learned about the top 3 in the Big Ten, Penn State, Ohio State, and Michigan? I didn't learn anything particularly new about Penn State, nor did I learn anything particularly new about Michigan. Now, part of that could be because I'm just not as informed about those schools. And then Ohio State, what the headline you couldn't miss was that their offense, especially their offensive line, has to be figured out. And they had the situation at quarterback where someone had to have surgery. But I don't know. I didn't learn a lot. So if you know anything, I'd love to hear it.
Well, basically, what we learned is that the quarterbacks at Ohio State and Penn State, meaning Kyle McCord and Drew Aller, didn't have good days. But I'm not that concerned about it necessarily. But they didn't. Neither one of them looked good. They didn't play that well on that particular day. Justin Fields played very poorly in his spring debut at Ohio State. Then he threw 41 touchdown passes. So if we could see every practice, if we could see all 15, then we would know a lot. Then
sure. There was
we're guessing. Guys have bad days, they have good days. Generally, players are the same each day. The better they are and the more consistently good they are, of course, then they're bringing the same effort and the same performance level each and every day to practice, but not everybody's like that.
There was a wonderful quote that came out at the end, right before my team's spring game. A wonderful statement by the head coach. And he said, he compared it to, making a financial investment when they were asking him about the quarterbacks, but all positions. And he said, well, would you make a financial investment if you only had 25% of the information? He said, of course you wouldn't. You would wait until you had 100% of the information you could get before you made that decision. And then he did the math for us. And he was like, between now and when we kick off the regular season, we have seen about 25% of the body of work of these three quarterbacks. And then we all saw what happened at G-Day, right? And how everything looked. So you and I might look at that and say, Carson Beck is the clear front runner for that position. He appeared to be in control, very smooth. But we didn't see every practice, and that's just the way it goes. There's going to be a competition through the fall. But that brings us back to the tea leaves, where literally everything from everyone around the program, they say, we all hear what you're saying, but we saw what we saw, and we saw the players, how they interacted with the various quarterbacks and things. And this can be applied to any team, right? So your point is very well taken, that we in my case, we have about 25% of the information. So we'll see who comes through in the end. But we can still trust what we see.
Yep.
and do what we can with that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for the call. I appreciate it.
Wonderful. You guys have a great rest of your show.
You too. Thanks so much. Dan Beats Media kicking us off. So we kick off the Big Ten show. This is the Big Ten live show. We kick off with a Georgia fan. Okay, Big Ten fans, what do you think of that? Jason Moose. This, if I'm reading this correctly, Yakov's on deck. We got Yakov warmed up here. Hopefully he's ready to roll here. Maybe he's got a trivia question for me from like 1982. I always look forward to those from Yakov. That makes my day. I would actually rather be talking about football from 1982 than now, but that's okay. That's not going to draw too much of a crowd. Jason, if I'm reading this correctly, this would be my favorite comment of the day thus far. I give Mark a like 6 likes every time. I give Mark 6 likes every time. You know what that means? It means Jason subscribed to 6 channels. This is how I'm reading this. Goes into every channel, and he's able to, from each one of those accounts, like the video. Wow. We could actually have possibly more likes than views. We could throw off the YouTube algorithm completely. So just, you may want to follow with Jason's line of thinking there. And Jason, if I missed that in any way, you can certainly let me know. All right. Back to the phone lines. We got a Buckeye chiming in here. Yakov, how you doing today?
Hi, Mark. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, well, you're welcome, Mark. I don't know if you saw, Mark, I sent you I know you were involved in that conversation. I sent you a super chat there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that's okay. No apologies, sir, but I wanted to say, I wanted to call out a frequent commenter here. And it's in regard, actually, I'll wait for you to find it there before I describe it. But I wanted to call it a frequent, there it is. Yeah, I don't know if you've, Erica, I don't know if she ever called your show. I've seen her, or I should have seen her, but I've heard her call the Iowa show. She's a very insightful woman. Uh-oh. Mark, I'm not hearing
Actually,
you.
yes, absolutely, she is. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So
Yeah, and
Erica
it's good poster.
is.
Good. Again, I got.
Go ahead, Yakov. I think we're working on a delay here, so we're going to have to kind of back off on each other here. So go right ahead.
Well, I mean, that speaks for herself. I was going to say she's a great poster and commenter here. I don't know if she's ever called your show. I've heard her call the Iowa show, and has a lot of excellent insights. Just thought I'd.
Erica, for a long time, she would comment in the chat a lot, and then she started calling the show, I would say, a couple months ago. So she's called several times. And see, I cannot say that myself, because you got to understand, Yakov, that you can make that statement. That's a phenomenal statement. It's certainly valid, saying that Erica Goldberg is on the Mount Rushmore of the show. But we're talking about 4, right? 4?
There's only 4. There's only 4 Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, I better not make that declaration on anyone or any 4, because then I make about 1,000 people upset. So I can't.
You have a lot of great posters and callers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, since it's not my channel, you're right. I have more liberty to make such statements.
Thank you for that. If anybody out there wants to, maybe we could make take a poll of sorts, and for a $2 super chat in matching Yakov's comment there, you can nominate your Mount Rushmore selection for the show.
That's an outstanding idea, Mark. I'm going to stay on and see what happens there. Mark, I know you don't ask for things. I wanted to, I guess we'll call it, apologize. I know you have that Ohio State show every Wednesday, approximately 11.
Yes.
Sure you don't think of me, but I'm saying I know that I haven't been there for several weeks. For good reason, though, Mark. I'm only 48, but I have a back. I do a lot of exercise and I try to stay in good shape, but I'm 48, but my back is probably about 78.
Well, that's no fun.
I have found local. Yeah, I know my back's not great. So I'm now going every Wednesday at 11 a.m., same time as your show, to a local, I'm going to call it a gym, and more like a studio. I have a one-on-one hour-long class with a lady who's specializes in, say, yoga and Pilates, doing a whole bunch of things to try to strengthen and improve my back, so it won't be 78. Maybe I can get it to be like 60 or so. But
yeah, our bodies, as I get older, I'm learning more and more about what I should do and should not do, and trying to hit the gym and approach it in a certain way to not overdo it, but press my body to push it a little bit, and do all those good stretches and everything that's going to hopefully maintain things for quite a few years. Yes,
but you should know, Mark. Well, first of all, a more important note. You look younger. I know you've said your age a few times. You actually you look several years younger than that, Mark. If you said, "Hello, I'm Mark. I'm 43," I'd say, "Hello, 43-year-old Mark." I think you look
43.
You look 10 years, minimum 10 years younger than what you actually are.
Thank you, Yakov.
Yeah, you're welcome, Mark.
Appreciate that.
Mark, I was going to say something about current events, but I know you like talking about something in the past. So I'm gonna just say 3 things. If only things about Ohio State. This is about Ohio State. Mark, the 1985 team. That's when I first started watching football. I'm going to say this. If only Keith Byers had a healthy foot that year. They lost multiple close games that year. That could have been. They thought they had a national championship in there, but his foot was in. We broke it with the first game in practice. I think before the first game of the year. He tried to come back later on, played half a game, hurt it again, then play the rest of the season. That's one of the biggest. I have 3. I'm going to tell you. That's one of the biggest if onlys in Ohio State, at least in my lifetime, Ohio State football history. You remember the 85 season?
Oh, I remember the 85 season. Of course I do. Of course, Keith Byers was coming off the remarkable 84 season. And then in 85, if I recall correctly, they lost a 31-28 decision to Illinois.
Yes.
About the 4th game of the season on the road in Champaign. And then they were coming down the stretch. And to your point, they had rebounded to run off a series of victories. And they were 8-1 at home against Wisconsin, an unranked sub 500 Wisconsin team, and they had a bit of a Badger bugaboo there at that point. They lost to Wisconsin in 81, 82, 84, 85. They lost to Wisconsin 4 out of 5 years, and so that was the fifth. They were like number 3 in the country, 8-1. Wisconsin comes in, no Keith Byers. He's injured. They only score 7 points against Wisconsin. They lose 12-7. They go to Michigan the next week with no chance of winning the Big Ten because Iowa had sewn it up, despite the Buckeyes, of course, with a big win in the rain against Chuck Long and company, 22-13. Right. They lose after grabbing an early lead against Michigan, 10-3. They lose 27-17. Chris Carter gave the Buckeyes some hope there late in the game. It was 20-17. It was 20-10. Carter made a remarkable fourth and 15 touchdown reception in the end zone. Outfought like 3 guys for the football to make it 20-17 with about 3.5 or 4 minutes left. But on one of the first or second play of the next drive, Ohio State, thinking Michigan was just going to try to run out the clock, get 3 or 4 first downs, win the game. Harbaugh went up top to John Colasar for a big touchdown. He burned, I want to say, William White, and that sealed the win, 27-17. But then, of course, the Citrus Bowl win with Larry Kolick, the number 33, the linebacker, had a couple of interceptions in that Citrus Bowl game against BYU, and the Buckeyes won 10-7. So
10-7, yes.
Yeah, so those are some of my recollections of 1985.
Okay. Well, Mark, that was very detailed. I'm looking at the Wikipedia page, getting the things. You just had a mental Wikipedia page there.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah. Then I'll say one. I'll say one more. Well, technically I had 2 more, Mark, but one was more recent. The 80-17 team, Mark. A whole bunch of close losses.
Oh,
yes. You can imagine that team if they would have had. Chris Carter was declared ineligible before the season. He was the best receiver in the game, and they lost. Again, I almost feel like I shouldn't say it because, well, the Indiana game that wasn't close, but all the other 3 other losses they had besides that were, I think 5 or 2-point losses or so, and Chris Carter was worth 2 points in all those games for sure. They had an outstanding team that year, but took some money from an agent pre-NIL, and he couldn't play that season. If only the 87 team had Chris Carter, that might have been that was a national title contender, in my opinion.
Yeah, even though they only went 6-4-1, like you said, they lost every game close. The Indiana game got away from them in the second half. It was 10-10 at half. They lost 31-10. Yeah, that season was the first time that I watched an Ohio State offense struggle to that degree. I had never seen an inept Ohio State offense until that season, and they were eking out wins against the likes of Illinois and Purdue, 20-17, and winning games like that early in the season. Of course, they had the tie game in Death Valley against LSU on a blocked field goal at the gun, 13-all, and they were, I believe, 5-1-1. And then they lost to Michigan State, the Michigan State game. Now, this is a microcosm of the season right here. First play of the game, I believe it was the very first play of the game, they pulled off a flea flicker for like a 75-yard touchdown throw.
Right.
Greg Fry, 2, and I can't remember who was on the receiving end. But anyway, and then they didn't score another point the rest of the game. They completely shut down. And of course, that Michigan State team won the Big Ten championship and won the Rose Bowl over USC. And then just, the Iowa game, they had that one. They looked like they had a stop at the end. It was like 4th and 26, and they gave up a touchdown. I think it was 4th and 29 to Marv Cook to end that game in the closing seconds. Yeah. And then, of course, they rallied. They rallied against Michigan 23-20, and
Earls. Remember
Everett Ross had a big yes.
Remember the Earl? Yes. I love that, the Earl headbands there.
Yes,
Mark,
absolutely.
You remind me of the 80s. Here I was going to say one more team, but I think you'll like this story. This is probably like 81 or 1982 or so. My mom was at the time getting a master's degree in, I think, in psychology, and she used to do this thing once a week. I think it was on a Sunday at the downtown Canton YMCA. And I remember my sisters and I used to go. I was only, like 7 or so. My sisters were 5 and 3. And I remember you couldn't do these days. Now they've never let it, but I remember they had a slide out there, and the ladder was broken. So there was a kid there, a big kid, a couple years older than me. What his job was to do is he would pick you up and he'd put you on the top, and then you'd slide down yourself. And I asked him what he's doing. He said, "I'm working out." And I didn't realize that at the time. Man, this is 1981 or 1982 or so. But that big kid that was picking us up saying he was working out was Percy Snow. At the time, he was a middle schooler or so. And of course, he was on the 87 Michigan State team. But Percy Snow in 1981 picked me up and set me on the slide to do that. So
now Percy Snow did he play at Massillon or Kent McKinley?
He played at Kent McKinley.
Yes.
Played at Kent McKinley, yes.
And was a high draft pick to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes, and I think his career was, he had an accident, off-season accident, or actually going to practice on a moped, I believe, and I think he only played about 3 seasons. He didn't have a good recovery post that accident. But yeah, that's my story. And the same year, Mark, I think it was 82 or so, my dad took me to a Massillon Akron Central Howard game. I didn't live in Mass. I grew up in Canton. I didn't know. I grew up. My address was Canton, but it's Plain Township. At the time, I didn't realize that set me on my. That's one of the things I think set me on my love of football. I didn't realize that was even high school football. It was Saturday. There was a Saturday night game, and of course they had lights in Paul Brown Master Tiger Stadium. Well, not that school, but I mean it looked like a college stadium to me. And I remember Chris Spielman played. He was a fullback, and of course he played linebacker. And I remember someone next to me kept saying, watch out. I can't remember his number now. That's not very good, but watch number whatever. And I remember being very fast. I thought it was at a college game, and again, set me on my path toward loving football at all levels, but obviously particularly college. Was watching Chris Spielman, as I believe was probably a junior at Massillon, Washington High School, 40 years ago or so. So that's
a lot of people may not know that Chris Spielman was on the cover of a Wheaties box when he was still in high school.
I had that Wheaties box, Mike. Growing up in Stark County, I think you were obligated to have that particular Wheaties box. It's long gone. I think my parents had a fire about 18 years ago, and a lot of pre-2004 stuff, unfortunately, is gone. But I had that box for another 20 years at least.
And you may recall that 87 team was invited to go to the Sun Bowl, but they declined.
I do remember reading in the Canton Repository that we were seeing that they do it. And the last thing I'll say, Mark, and then I'll let you go, is the 2020 team. I'm not saying they would have beat Alabama, but it sure would have been nice to have Tommy Togiai, to have a healthy Trey Sermon. Justin Fields was very banged up. Remember the big hit he took against Clemson, the targeting in the ribs. Apparently, during that week before, he couldn't even put his hands over there because it hurt so much. They had to tape his ribs up. They had that one play where I can't remember who, but one of the linebackers was covering the Heisman Trophy winner. It wasn't because they messed up and thought that was a good idea. They were literally out of DBs.
Yes.
They were going to make an announcement and see anyone from the Superdome could come play DB. Again, that was a great Alabama team, especially on offense. Sure would have liked to play them with a full strength roster. Not saying they would have won, but I think they could have been a real game there. That's the last one I'll say there.
Yakov, we always appreciate the call. You always hit me with something that takes me back to yesteryear, so I appreciate that.
I enjoyed doing that, Mark. Have a great night. I'm going to listen to the rest of the show.
Georgia won. Ohio State won. It was close to that, wasn't it? In January, 42-41. All right. I believe we're going to break the tie here in the Big Ten's favor. We're going to count this one as a Big Ten call. We got USC fan Tim on the line.
Oh, well, actually, no, I'm doing that overlay for you right now. So,
you're just
I
working
don't
in
have
the
lights on.
background.
I don't have any
for
lighting
me.
on.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, but I do have the merch on.
Look at that.
Remember to pub that.
Well done. Love it.
So here it is, Mark. So you guys out there, hit that like, sub, and notification bell. So I put it in StreamYard for you. I emailed it to you, but I thought it'd be fast. I thought I'd come in and throw it on. Hey, listen, if I am here though, you had the first caller talking about how nobody has made the difference, or you were saying, I think that Caleb Williams by himself alone probably won 3 games for USC last year with our defense the way it was set up. And quite frankly, I think if Mekhi Blackman hadn't come over from Colorado, you could probably add another loss into the L column because that guy was locking down one side of the field. So, I mean, just the idea, USC went from 8-4 to 11-3. Got guys like Addison, right, that was tampered with, and other guys came over. These are our difference makers. I think what, if you're a Georgia fan or an Ohio State fan, you don't realize is some programs haven't been stockpiling 5 stars for the past 6 years. So those are the teams that are going into the portal, getting new coaches. Look what LSU's doing, right, in the portal. They're making wholesale roster changes in the portal, and schools like USC and LSU, they aren't picking up cast-offs. They're picking up guys that were starters, and expected to be players in the season this year. But I've got no lights on. I'm going to leave. Looks like I'm in the middle of a cave. So, but yeah, it's there. I put it in the overlay if you want to use it or tweak it. But
love it.
Right,
Look at that.
right there for you.
It's so easy to do, folks.
Yeah. All right, Mark. I'll see you
Thanks,
later.
Tim. Appreciate it. And just to clarify my point, okay, there are so many players in the transfer portal. Yes, there will be ones that hit big. And I disclaimed my comment by saying non-quarterbacks. Obviously, we've got just in this offseason, forget the season before with Caleb Williams being the poster child for transfer portal quarterbacks who delivered. But even this season, whether they deliver or not, we have starting quarterbacks at Wisconsin, Nebraska, regardless of who wins the job, LSU, Florida, Tennessee, South Carolina, Florida State. We could go on and on. Again, USC, Washington, Arizona, Utah. All these guys are transfers. Oklahoma, transfer quarterback. Texas, transfer starting quarterback. Ole Miss, transfer starting quarterback. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. There are probably more transfer starting quarterbacks than not transfer. My only comment to all that was, again, I'm not going to make a blatant comment about something that I haven't really reviewed, and I don't know. No one's reviewed it, I don't believe, because it would take forever to figure it out. But to go through all the transfer portal additions and to determine how many of them really have, that was more my point, was there's a pretty strong reaction to every transfer portal move that's being made by that particular fan base. Anytime a particular player, regardless of how much he's contributed, wow, look, we had another guy enter the transfer portal. And I will make the claim that, yes, we can talk about a lot of them that made and will make a major impact, but most of them don't. That's how I was likening that to the Major League Baseball trade deadline. Most of them, it's my estimated guess without doing the math, and I never will do the math unless somebody could guarantee me that I'm going to make, like, I don't know, $25,000 from making this video. Would I go through every transfer and then try to determine their worth, their net value to their new program? I would love to do it. I would have no issue doing it. It's like re-ranking recruiting classes. That is one of the things I am begging somebody to take on that knows what they're doing, is to re-rank recruiting classes. Would love to see that. I'm not going to do it, but would love to see somebody take that on. All right. We're here at the Voice of College Football. We appreciate everybody on board with our Big Ten live show. I may take a poll myself here in terms of every so often I like to get a feel for what you guys are thinking and what could be a little bit more effective or well received here at the Voice of College Football about changing this particular show just to a college football show. Don't need to narrow it down to the Big Ten because I had a particular thought process for why we would do just a Big Ten show. And if I had the time, just an SEC show, just a Big 12 show, just an ACC show, just a Pac-12 show. Would love to do all 5 of them. But there's one of me, and there's like 17 live streams to get done every week. So we will see how we continue with the Big Ten live show, and we may just make this a regular call-in show. We shall see. And I'm just thinking out loud, and maybe I should not do that, but I am. So you Big Ten fans, if you just want wall-to-wall Big Ten on Monday night from start to finish, then show us that that's what you want. Because again, otherwise, I had certain reasons why I chose to do a fully Big Ten show, and those things aren't necessarily manifesting themselves. All right, I'm going to go down my list, and then I'm going to take some calls here. Look at this. Now, this is a conversation I'm looking forward to right here. We got Mr. Tony Gerdeman on the line. Man, I get Tony once a week. This is already a good week. It's Monday evening, and it's already an exceptional week. You can already mark it down. Regardless of what happens this week, the rest of the week, good week for Mark, because Tony Gerdeman has joined us now. I believe this is going to be one of 2 times this week. Tony, how you doing?
Good. I was just calling to say I'm not going to be able to make it on Wednesday. No, I'm messing with you. I'm good. Hope you're doing well.
It's good to see you. This is Tony Gerdeman, Buckeye Huddle, Buckeye Weekly. So BuckeyeHuddle.com, and it's Buckeye Weekly, the podcast that Tony drops several times per week, and College Football Playbook. So that's an offering for you nerds out there that love to really dive into the X's and O's, as I do, and many of you do. So it's College Football Playbook right here on YouTube. And there we go. Buckeye Weekly Huddle and College Football Playbook. How's that College Football Playbook deal going?
We've gotten to the subscriber number that we needed to get monetized. So now we're going to really start putting some stuff on there, because you know how it goes on YouTube. So I think we just dropped a show on there this past couple of days or so, looking at the top 10 teams in the nation. We've got a guy who crunches numbers and has his own data sets. I know you've got people as well. So gone through and looked at the top 10. We're going to have some X's and O's stuff coming throughout the summer as well, for all of the people who get into that aspect, and just, random college football discussions that we all love.
So, of course, we're about 10 days roughly removed from the Ohio State spring game. And then here comes the fallout to everything that was seen on that particular Saturday and everything else that's watched on video and read about. As you survey the Big Ten, I don't know how much more that you've been able to gather. We just saw Nebraska and Wisconsin hit the field, and I thought it was rather interesting because those are the 2 incoming coaches that everyone's talking about, and they played back-to-back on Saturday. Are there any other, outside of the Ohio State realm, storylines across the Big Ten that you think are more interesting today than they were 6 weeks ago?
I'm interested to see what happens at the quarterback position at Wisconsin. It seems like I assume it's going to be Tanner Mordecai who comes out of there, but they've just got so many guys, and you need that many guys to figure out what you want to do for that offense that's going to be completely different. So that's one. And, Nebraska with Matt Rule, it's fascinating to me because I do believe in him as a head coach. I think he's done well wherever he's been in college. I don't know what that roster looks like in terms of, how ready are they? And so that'll be interesting to watch. And will they have what kind of turnover have they had? Will they have, you just see what's going on at Colorado. And I know there's a Big Ten show, but you see what the kind of craziness going on at Colorado, and everything else seems completely tame. So it's, still at Ohio State, they're still, I think, 3 over and still waiting for people to leave. And they've got another 6 days or so to get into the portal, and Ohio State will need some guys to leave. Now, they can leave anytime they want, but if they want to be obviously eligible this season, they need to leave in 6 days. Although Ohio State has never like tried to keep anybody from being eligible. So even if somebody leaves in like June, Ohio State's going to sign whatever waiver they want so that they can play right away. And that's something I don't even know the last guy that transferred from Ohio State who had to sit out. And this is going back, years and years and years before there was the one-time waiver.
Yeah, this is a Big Ten show, but since Colorado is on Nebraska's schedule, we can talk about Colorado by extension. So did you see that scene on Saturday? Did you take that in?
I watched some of it. I can only watch so much of any one spring game, especially when I have to watch all of one entire spring game at Ohio State. But it's an awesome scene. I mean, that place is when that place is packed and Colorado is good, college football is better for it. We grew up with the Buffaloes and the Buffs in the 90s with the crazy, Mike Pritchard and all of those other guys that had on offense, Eric Bieniemy and Darian Hagan, and just some of the most entertaining offenses you've ever seen. Cordell Stewart. I think we can all remember where were you when Cordell Stewart hit Michael Westbrook in the end zone in Michigan Stadium? I was in my Ohio State dorm, and then there was much rejoicing as people ran up and down the hallways.
USC's a year and a half away. We tag on UCLA. I guess they're coming as well. I think that's still in play. But anyway, USC, UCLA. Would you agree with this thought that Ohio State, I guess I'll use the term arguably, even though I think it's definitely is the most consistently elite program in the country over the past, pick your time frame, 20 years, 50 years. USC is scary in terms of the potential. John McKay had all-time great teams. John Robinson had all-time great teams. Pete Carroll had some all-time great teams. That their ceiling is a little scary for Ohio State and Michigan.
Yeah, I think USC is the only program in the Big Ten. And I know when I say this, people are going to be like, well, have you seen the last 2 years? USC is the only program that can match Ohio State nationally in the Big Ten. And I say that because I view in terms of national championship contenders. I know Michigan has made the playoffs the last couple of years. I contend that they don't have the overall talent and really have a difficult time getting the overall talent to win a national championship. I don't think that would be the case for USC. Now, will they ever have the defense? Probably not as long as Alex Grinch is running the defense. We'll see there, but I just think the potential of USC is higher than the potential of Michigan and equal, you can say equal to the potential of Ohio State if it's running correctly. Because what Pete Carroll was doing in the early 2000s and mid to late 2000s was they were leaving everybody else in the dust. Recruiting was outstanding, and if Lincoln Riley could put some sort of fence around the California prospects he wants, and then also you have the NIL aspect of it as well to bring in guys that they missed on in the first season, then I think you got to put them right up there, and I think they are more detrimental to Michigan and Penn State and everybody else. But with this 12-team playoff, then it's like there's enough for everybody in the Big Ten. There's enough for 3 Big Ten teams to get in there. So now you're just picking of 3 of the top 4 between Ohio State, USC, Michigan, and Penn State, assuming UCLA doesn't, they aren't a sleeping giant at this point.
So I'm going to go to another program in the Big Ten, and this is on a completely different, lower level, but for who they are and for what they've been in the past, is Maryland a candidate to pop off and be something that they haven't been for a long, long time?
Mike Loxley has the recruiting chops and the territory to make something happen, and I think Maryland getting out of the Big Ten East will certainly help. So I think from 2 out of every 5 years, they'll have a team that can beat one of those national title hoping teams. But will it be that team's second or third loss, or will it just be their only loss? So I think they could play spoiler. I don't know that they'll ever be able to contend. I would maybe probably put Wisconsin up there with Luke Fickell more than Maryland, even though Maryland has the better footprint, but like a Maryland with Luke Fickell, something like that. Like Mike Loxley, I think is good. He's not great. I think Luke Fickell is great.
Tony, if we wanted like 5 times as many people to watch this a live stream, I would just put college football realignment on the title. I do that every so often, and I'm a sucker because
you watch the metrics too, huh?
Yeah, legitimately talk about it when I do that. I should just put it on every video. But we don't talk about this during the Ohio State show too often in regards to what's possible, because Ohio State's safe, they're good. But when you look at what's going on out there, and I'm sure you're going to say you have no idea, just like we don't. But at the same time, there's just so many different possibilities. I'm not talking about something that's going to get announced 6 weeks from now. We could be talking 3 years from now, whether that's Stanford and Cal joining the Southern California contingent, or whether that's Washington and Oregon, which of course have already applied to the Big Ten, whether that is finally, twisting Notre Dame's arm, or, the grant of rights breaking down in some kind of legal fashion, and it's Florida State, Miami, Clemson. Where do you, if you had to lay a guess, do you think this could be going?
I kind of have this vision of like if the Big Ten wanted Washington and Oregon, they'd already have them. So I think they're waiting, and they'll wait on Notre Dame for whatever amount of time they have left on the earth. But I kind of feel like the Big Ten and the SEC are waiting for the ACC to crumble, or to put enough angst in there that enough programs bow out so that there is no longer an ACC to grant rights. Basically, there's no longer a conference. And I view it like, the videos of the like the brides to be, like all like waiting in the bride's store, and the doors open and they go rushing in. That's the Big Ten and the SEC going in to raid the ACC once this starts to crumble. They're just going to bust in there, and like the SEC is going to go and grab Clemson and put them in the cart. Big Ten's going to go maybe, I don't know, grab Florida State and Georgia Tech and throw them in the cart, and you get out of there. Because I think, to me, that's the next big step for the Big Ten, is moving south. I think that's the footprint that they don't really have. I know you'd like to have more people out, more programs out west, and maybe if you can go south and get a couple, then it makes more sense to get some out west. But right now, Washington and Oregon, that would just be, you do something to do something, and I think they'd rather take another large step and create another footprint. And I say Georgia Tech, and people are like, why Georgia Tech? And that's Atlanta, and you get the Big Ten in Atlanta, and that's another huge television market. And if you don't think television markets matter, then why did the Big Ten go and hire a television guy to be their commissioner?
Is Ohio State wearing on Ryan Day at all?
Well, I think college football is wearing on all college football coaches now, because, for Ryan Day, you're a guy who, when you came to Ohio State, college football was much different. When you took the head coaching job, college football was much different. And so now, not only do you have to worry about recruiting, you have to re-recruit your own team so that you don't lose them to NIL. You recruit your heart out, and you get guys that want to come to your school, and then get bought out at the last minute, or not even the last minute, just get bought out. So you put all this effort and work into building rapport and convincing a kid, yes, I'm going to come to your school. Then somebody comes in with more money, and now you're back at square one with somebody that you've been kind of putting on the side, and now you have to tell them, like, we always wanted you first. You were always our top target. And that's just off the field stuff. Then you get to on the field, and if you go 11-1 and lose the wrong one, people want you fired. And so, what is the benefit of this job? What is the good parts of this job? Obviously cashing $10 million check a year, and not that it's just one big check, and not that it's obviously direct deposit, but it's the benefits, always the money. And Ryan Day enjoys being a coach and a mentor, But talking to past head coaches, like, what did you miss most about being an assistant coach? And it's always like, I missed coaching. Because once you become head coach, you're no longer coaching a position, and Ryan Day could still coach a position a little bit at quarterback, but now they've got plenty of guys doing that already, and he's taking more of a CEO role around the program to give himself more time for all of this other off the field crap that now has taken over college football.
Folks, we do a Buckeye show live with Tony, Kevin Noon, and Steve Hellwagon every Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Even if you're not a Buckeyes fan, non-Buckeyes fans will tell you probably in this chat, it is a must-see each and every week. Buckeye Weekly, Buckeye Huddle, College Football Playbook. Tony, what do we need to know about what's going on there?
Yeah, Buckeye Weekly, like you said, it's a couple times a week. During the season, it's almost every day, but we'll be dropping. I'm going to probably we got to do some listener question shows because there's not much going on right now in terms of Ohio State. Nobody's transferring, so there's nothing to talk about right now. So we'll be doing some listener question shows this week. Buckeye Huddle, I'm just finishing up a piece on Brandon Ennis, 5-star receiver, with some clips of what people can expect to see from him once he hits the field. And then, like I said, CFP Playbook. It's dropping our top 25 right now based on some metrics from our guy, Tyler Shoemaker.
Great stuff. Tony Gerdeman. Thank you so much, Tony, for stopping by. I appreciate it. We'll see you soon.
Yep. Thanks, Mark.
All right. Good stuff from Tony Gerdeman. Again, Tony, Steve, Kevin, we have a great time every Wednesday. Join us for Buckeyes Live. It is phenomenal Ohio State football talk. And we're going to turn our attention to Iowa here. Corey Brad is joining us. Look at this.
How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, beautiful day in the Midwest. First of all, why is it when I try to join this show, it automatically adds me to the stream and I have to exit the stream?
That was funny because I saw you and I thought, well, Corey really wants to join the show. He's just barging in. Here he comes.
No, this happens every time when I join from my phone. It does that, and I have no clue why. So I apologize. I didn't mean to disrupt your conversation with Tony. I will say this. Did I hear Tony say that nobody's entering the transfer portal from Ohio State? Don't we have like another few days with this window? I mean, Tony's pretty confident. He must have all the inside connections.
When he says nobody, I think he means practically nobody. Ohio State, the comings and goings at Ohio State during this transfer portal era have been very minimal. They just don't do much. They're we'll just recruit the high school players.
You talk about, but at the same time, you talk about the job of a CEO, which is what Ryan Day is doing, and you got to give him credit for retaining guys because, boy, Michigan's dealt with some attrition today, Mark. I'm sure you have seen that. And, I know we're going to have a fun time talking we've got Coach Don Patterson, former Iowa offensive coordinator Don Patterson, coming on the show with you and I tomorrow afternoon on the Iowa channel. But, there's definitely some smoke with the AJ Henning situation. He entered the portal today, and just for the record, and I said this on Twitter, there was talk last January that Henning may enter the portal then. And so at that point, even before he was in the portal, I had someone reach out to me and say, hey, I'm hearing that Henning is a possibility to Iowa. So, of course, he never ended up entering the portal. Andrel Anthony enters. I think, what did he end up at Notre Dame?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Okay. But Henning entering when he did, it seems like a match made in heaven. I mean, it's going to be weird if that happens. It's going to be weird. Basically, I shouldn't say three of Iowa's top four, but three of Iowa's top 4 or 5 skill players will have come from Michigan.
Well, anyone who wants to consider Iowa is looking at a double-edged sword. On one hand, the optimistic look is I've got an opportunity to be a star. I've got an opportunity to be the man at this position at wide receiver. They are void of wide receivers. I don't want to disrespect Nico Reganey and other players there, but him in particular. So I'm overstating that, but there's opportunity there, obviously. But on the flip side, do I want to go to Iowa and not see the football and not be given opportunities because of the style of offense? So that's what's to be, leveraged by the particular player weighing Iowa.
Well, let me tell you something right now. I was at that spring scrimmage on Saturday, Mark.
Yeah, and sorry to interrupt, Corey, because you did mention the weather when you first jumped on, and now you're mentioning the spring scrimmage. So I did get it. I did see your short from just outside the stadium, and you looked mighty frigid. It looked, I thought, like it was suddenly like 18 degrees, and it was like January 12th in Iowa.
We had wind chills in the 20s on Saturday, and we had grapple falling, which is basically little balls of ice falling from the sky, yes. Mark. So anyways, it was not but you know what? It seems like that happens every year at Kids Day, or it's not, not Kids Day, at the spring scrimmage. So it was not great weather-wise, but as you saw in that video, I came prepared. So a couple things about Saturday, and I did a 2.5-hour live show after the practice, but I've had a couple of days to reflect now. That what we saw Saturday, lots of positives, don't get me wrong. And I led with that on Saturday. Tight end room, I do think collectively, Mark, I've been hesitant to say this on your show, but now that I've seen him in person, I think I can confidently say this. I think collectively the tight end room at Iowa is better than it's been since at least Fant Hawkinson. And that was hard for me to say prior to watching him in person, because how do you say that when you lose a guy like Sam Laporta and the production he's brought? But just top to bottom, I mean, they have obviously all in Lachey are your projected starters, but Steven Stilianos is a guy, the only transfer they brought in last year via the portal. He didn't really play much last year. He's got 1 year left, was very productive, albeit at Lafayette. But he looked the part, big dude. And then Addison Estring is another year older, a freshman from last year. It's sophomore this year, of course, but last year as a freshman came on and didn't enroll early, just kind of hit camp and ran with it. And so he's come along, and I mean, you're talking 4 guys. And what's interesting, Mark, is, and this does excite me a little bit. Now, maybe Don Patterson I did talk to Don briefly about it, but I'll be anxious to go further in depth with him tomorrow afternoon. But it's interesting what Iowa's doing right now at fullback. And I know a lot of Big Ten fans are like, why are we talking about fullback? They've got a transfer from Dordt College. His name is Hayden Large. Okay, Hayden Large.
From Dordt College. Where, pray tell, is Dordt College?
Dordt College, Dordt. Don't ask me where it's at. I don't remember.
Dordt College. Gotcha.
Dordt College. But he actually, here's the deal. He actually played, if I get this right, he actually played high school ball with Isaac Tisla, who is, of course, the wide receiver that Iowa missed on in the portal. I think I'm correct in saying that. He was from the Hillsdale, Michigan area. And played with Isaac Tisla. So when they recruited Large as a walk-on, they brought him in for a visit. It kind of appeared that Iowa was just kind of recruiting him to attract Tisla. And they end up getting Hayden Large to commit, and Tisla ends up going to Arkansas. And what's interesting about it, though, they've got him lined up now at fullback. Eli Miller's out for the year with an injury, and they've got this, pun absolutely intended, large dude who's back at fullback, who's like 6'5", 260, 270. I don't know, man. I don't know that I've seen it. He's definitely the biggest fullback I've seen at Iowa. One thing I know that Don mentioned to me when I talked to him last night, low man wins. So height isn't always a good thing, especially when you're talking about a position like fullback. But it is a bit. It's an interesting move for Iowa, because he is a very adequate pass catcher, and Iowa's had fullbacks that could catch the ball. Monty Pottebaum was adequate catching the ball, and he was a bigger guy, but they have not had anybody like Hayden Large. And I'm just thinking, I mean, I wonder. I had somebody reach out to me after the spring practice and say, hey, they weren't even at the spring practice, and said, hey, you think we could use our fullback kind of like San Francisco uses their fullback? And I always screw up the pronunciation. Is it Juszewicz? Something like that. The kid from the 49ers. And they use him like a tight end, basically. And technically he's a fullback. And Iowa, again, it's not like they don't mix in pass plays for their fullback, but they're going to have to be innovative. I mean, we'll see what they do at the portal. Like I said, I saw Erica's question up here. AJ Henning, I have a pretty, most of this is just hunch. My guess is that he My guess is if I had to put odds on a school, Iowa would be at the top right now. I have not talked to anybody that knows AJ personally, but given the scuttlebutt that was out there in January, given the connection to Cade, and also given the fact, Mark, let me give Iowa the benefit of the doubt for a second. Given the fact that there have been some big names at wide receiver entering the portal over the last week, and Iowa hasn't been connected to a single one. That almost tells me, like, I'm not defending that, but that almost tells me that they kind of had an idea this was coming. I would not be shy. I mean, obviously it's not tampering if Cade McNamara is talking to AJ Henning or if Eric All is talking to AJ Henning. So I'm not saying it's a lock. I'm not saying it's a done deal. It may not happen, but would not be shocked if it does. With that being said, that shouldn't end Iowa's search for wide receiver talent, because that room, I mean, I talked up the tight end room and Hayden Large. That wide receiver room is as right now, I'm trying to think of the most respectful way to put this. It's as bare as I've ever seen it. There was one scholarship wide receiver practicing on Saturday. Now, Ragaini was there. In fact, Don Patterson sat with Nico and had a long conversation on the field during practice. He did not compete due to injury, so he'll be there. He'll be your projected number one. You're going to have, several true freshmen coming in this summer, one of which I think could play. Alex Moda, I'm high on. He's got some speed that Iowa hasn't typically had at that position. But I mean, man, as far as guys who have been here, it's Vines, Ragaini, not Jared Bowie. Jared Bowie's not here yet. Seth Anderson, the transfer from Charleston. So he just got here and he's been dinged up. And then Jacob Bostic, who is a redshirt freshman and didn't play at all last year. So that's it. They lost Brody Breck to the baseball mound, and I don't know. It's just I don't remember coming away from a practice feeling this extreme about two positions. I mean, and this, Mark, I've witnessed some poor units with this Iowa offense, but I really do think this tight end room is going to be really, really good. But man, they have got so much work to do at receiver. I don't think you can, I'll get your opinion. I don't think you can possibly survive at this level with just a couple of good tight ends. And people may say, well, they did it with Fant and Hawkinson. I mean, they did have Smith Marset, Brandon Smith. Those guys are at least adequate. They don't have anybody who's proven right now besides Nico Ragaini, who's dinged up. And I just it's going to be an interesting couple of weeks to see if Iowa can land a Henning, or maybe they'll go after somebody else. I think they need to go after two guys at least at that position, and figure out ways to utilize all. Well, I shouldn't say all. It's hard to utilize 4 tight ends, but as many as you can, because it's probably the strongest group in the field on that side of the ball.
Corey Brada from the Hawkeye of the Storm talking Iowa football. Corey and I get together every Tuesday and have a special edition post-spring talk with Coach Don Patterson that you can see here on the main channel or over on the Iowa channel, 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central on Tuesday. So make a point to join us then. So a couple things here, Corey, as you talk about the wide receiver situation. So if they don't get AJ Henning, what does that say about their, and by all accounts, you don't believe that they've pursued these other wide receivers who have been available?
I'm just going by the reports from like the On3 guys who are literally like texting these recruits like their boyfriend, girlfriend. Like, it's ridiculous how much these guys contact these recruits like hours after they enter the portal. Jordan Hudson gives us exclusive 15-team list of what schools have contacted. He's got like Arkansas Pine Bluff on the list. And all. So these guys are on top of it, for better or for worse. And I just know Jacob Hudson, the kid from, or Jordan Hudson, whatever his first name is, former 5-star from TCU. I did see Crystal Ball, I think it was earlier today, that he might be on his way to SMU. He had a lot of major schools contact him, Georgia included. I think Penn State was in on him, Michigan State. Iowa was not on the list, and he reported schools from Georgia to Arkansas Pine Bluff. So you would think he would include Iowa if Iowa contacted him. The kid from Colorado, you tagged me in, Montana, whatever his name is, had a big spring game, of course, on national television the other day. He just entered the portal this morning, and there's already a list. I think On3 reported a list of like 15 schools that have reached out to him. Iowa not on the list. So, I mean, the only other explanation I have, other than, hey, they're confident they already have somebody lined up, The only other explanation I have is we have a defeatist attitude as it relates to recruiting. And you and I have talked about that in the past. I even had somebody reach out to me, and I think this is the divide that we're still dealing with, despite the fact that Iowa did go out and get Cade McNamara via the portal. I had somebody reach out to me or comment on a video earlier today and say, hey, I heard what you said about not pursuing the kid from TCU, but have you considered the fact that maybe Iowa finally has some self-awareness and they realize they don't have any chance with a guy like Hudson? And I'm thinking, that's not the type of self-awareness that any of us have ever advocated for.
No.
Okay. They've always had that kind of self-awareness. Iowa has recruited with a semi-defeatist attitude for a long, long time. I know of kids, I can think of one specific, I won't say who, but there's a specific kid on this team right now that Iowa basically, they weren't even going to recruit the kid. He said that didn't have a chance. And a coach that no longer is with the team, but is still works closely with the team, he kind of put a plug in for this kid and said, no, I think you guys need to pursue him because he is interested in Iowa. They had to know that this kid was interested in Iowa for them to actually pursue him. So I think that's kind of the mindset. We feel like, well, we got to utilize our assets wisely and time is of the essence. That's kind of how I perceive how Iowa goes about recruiting, especially with the portal. So if they feel like they're not going to be able to land a kid like Hudson or any of these kids from Colorado, they're just not going to try. And I don't like that. But there's obviously some people who understand that line of thinking. And so if it ends up they don't have anybody lined up and they're scrambling in June and July to try to find somebody, add somebody late out of the portal, then that tells me we just have a very big problem with having a defeatist attitude recruiting. And I get it. Like we've talked about it. Why would Iowa be an attractive place for a wide receiver? I understand that line of thinking, and I think it's right on par. But we also said the same thing about quarterback, and they went out and grabbed one of the better quarterbacks in the portal during the offseason, whether it was because of NIL or not. They were able to land Cade McNamara. So I don't understand the logic that we shouldn't go after a marquee receiver in the transfer portal simply because we don't think we're going to be able to land him. I mean, he's got opportunity. He's going to be playing for a team who is the contender in the division, probably the favorite in the division. And he's got a proven quarterback in Cade McNamara throwing to him. So, I mean, yeah, there is the negative that is the offense and how it operates and the fact that it's run heavy and it's just not very good. And you don't have a very good play caller or a wide receiver coach who's proven, but there are also a lot of positives. And I hope that that's not the case, that's not how Iowa's approaching recruiting in the portal at that position. But like I said, we'll find out. My guess is if Henning's coming here, it's going to be like Cade McNamara wasn't in the portal very long. My guess is Henning will, if that's what's been happening, if he's been talking with Cade and talking with Eric, my guess is that will happen sooner rather than later.
Well, the resources are limited for every team, for every school, and the time's limited. So yes, if I found out that Iowa was pursuing the top 10 players in the nation coming out of high school next year, I would tip my cap to them for being that bold, but that would be a waste of time to try to grab the number one player out of the state of Florida, for example.
Sure.
I get that. There's reserve there that is wise. However, we're talking about the transfer portal. These kids are going everywhere and anywhere. And again, I just think that they could capitalize on the void of wide receivers at that level of school, that level of football program, to say, hey, come play for us. You will be the number one receiver, or we'll be the one or two guy on this team. And there's no question. The second leading receiver at Colorado jumped into the transfer portal not long after the number one guy did.
Yeah, I saw that. And I mean, I'd be very, very concerned if I'm a Buff fan, but yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I there's always a possibility that certain guys have baggage. I understand that. Sure. But I also don't buy into the idea that all these guys that Iowa chooses not to even contact have baggage that they somehow know about that other schools like Georgia and Penn State don't. So, I feel like it's just the same conversation we had, and I got ripped for it by certain people, even certain people in the media. I got ripped for basically being a guy who promotes that Iowa should go after each and every player in the portal. Well, when you're this destitute at a position, that's the, I understand there's more involved, but like, beggars can't be choosers. I'd be putting that worm in front of every single fish in the portal and, seeing who bites. And if nobody bites, then fine. And it'd be different too if we heard that Iowa was after a couple other players and they chose not to contact these guys from Colorado or the guy from TCU, but we haven't heard them linked to anybody yet. I do think Henning is going to be on that list. I think he's already been linked. So, maybe that's the explanation for it.
Yeah. Well, the three guys we're talking about would be factors in the Iowa passing game. They would be guys that would play.
Yeah.
So they at least need to be contacted to see what their level of interest is.
Well, and again, like I said, Mark, they have 4 scholarship wide receivers, 2 of which have never, or as of right now, before we get to summer, 4 scholarship wide receivers, 2 of which have never set foot on the field, at least on offense at this level, in Seth Anderson and Jacob Bostic. I don't even know if Bostic, maybe he played a little on special teams last year, but I mean, think about that. Is that not startling to you?
Absolutely, it's startling.
I mean, but everybody else is a walk-on. We got a bunch of Iowa walk-ons.
Now, when you bring up the tight end position being that valuable, that strong, now do any of those players have the body type or the skill set to kind of split them out? Not necessarily to transfer them into a wide receiver, but to play more of the new style of wide receiver that splits out wide.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, they did that a little bit with Sam Laporta last year, which I thought kind of took Laporta out of his natural element as a guy you line up inside. And I mean, Sam Laporta's he's a terrific athlete, but I'd rather him lined up as a traditional tight end. But I think you're right. They're going to have to figure out a way to mix and match. I think Eric All is probably the logical guy. He's very smooth. I mean, he didn't go full contact Saturday, but he's got really soft hands. That's one thing that one of the coaches said during the practice on Saturday is Eric's just got really, really soft hands. He's a crisp route runner. Obviously got great athleticism. They're not going to do that with Stylianos. He's if people haven't seen Steven Stylianos, he is a big dude. He's kind of like a slightly shorter version of maybe like a CJ Fedorowicz. Again, I think he's got an opportunity to play and contribute, especially on goal line sets. And he played a little bit last year on the goal line, but probably All and maybe Estringa. Estringa, I know a lot of these guys play wide receiver in high school, so I understand there's a difference. But he played a lot of wide receiver in high school, and he looks like the type of guy who, he's maybe not as big as he'd like to be as an Iowa tight end, but maybe he could use that to his advantage if they line him out, flank him out, and I don't know, spread the field a little bit with these tight ends. I think you're limited, though. I still don't buy into the idea of, well, we got 4 tight ends. We can just, run out a bunch of 3 tight end sets and, have Hayden Large catching out of the backfield. I still think you're limited, right? If it were that easy, Iowa's offense would have been a lot better last year because they had 2 really good tight ends. So they still got to get receivers. I think there's a serious issue if they go to the portal and get nobody. We got problems, and I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, they'll get somebody, and whoever.
You don't say that with a lot of confidence. They'll get somebody.
Well, they have to. I mean, like I said, they have to. You cannot do this. So, and by the way, Mark, one other note. It looks like Deacon Hill is the number 2 behind Cade McNamara.
Wow.
Kirk basically said as much after the practice was over, which surprised a lot of people. Deacon hasn't been here all that long, and Joey played pretty well in the bowl game. But I'm telling you, man, I would be shocked. I shouldn't say shocked. I'll be surprised if Joe Labus is here this fall. I will be surprised. I would not be shocked, and I have not heard anything specific on him. I have heard it sounds like there's a couple guys who are thinking about leaving this week. Would not be shocked if Labus leaves. Because, man, I mean, it just seems like every guy that could possibly jumps him. And, he played pretty well in the bowl game. He doesn't really fit into how Iowa likes to play, given his mobility, which sounds ridiculous to say, but that's kind of the epitome of Brian Ferentz's offense, Kirk Ferentz's offense. So would not be shocked if he leaves. But Deacon looked decent. He overthrew his receivers on a number of go routes. They did throw the ball downfield more than they typically do in a spring game or a spring scrimmage. He's got a big arm. I'll give him that. He's got a really big arm. Somebody even said to me, Mark, it looked like maybe he was a little bit overweight, which I don't know how to digest that, but he's kind of
weight.
He's kind of a big boy.
You don't hear that out of a quarterback evaluation very often.
Well, you go watch it. He's a little bit on the pudgy side.
And you did take video from the practice, correct?
I did. Yep. You had it all uploaded on the channel. So yeah, I don't know. We can talk more tomorrow. I know this is a Big Ten show. I don't want to just weigh it down with Iowa stuff, but I'll be intrigued about the AJ Henning situation, and we'll see who else enters the portal. I can't remember how many days we have left of the window being open, but like I said, I do expect at least one or two guys from Iowa to enter. Probably more than that, but probably 1 to 2 scholarship guys. And then we've already had, there was a walk-on that entered earlier, probably going to get a few more walk-ons. They're over the limit. They're projected over the limit right now, Mark. So I don't even think they have a scholarship to give to a wide receiver right now. So somebody has to leave. So, that's inevitable. I think that's going to happen. I even was told, and I don't have the count in front of me, but they have too many walk-ons. So that's the other part of this. I think numbers-wise, there's going to be a lot that happens this week. I don't know what day. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another announcement tomorrow. It doesn't mean you can't contact kids, but they need open spots to be able to put guys on scholarship this fall.
Great stuff from Corey Bratta from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Get on over there, check out Corey's work. And again, we've got a great show lined up with all of you Tuesday at 4:30 Central with Coach Don Patterson joining Corey and myself for Hawkeyes Live. Corey, appreciate you stopping by. Good stuff.
All right, Mark. We'll talk to you tomorrow afternoon. Sounds
good. Thanks. Corey Bratta from the Hawkeye of the Storm. And again, it's Iowa Live. And that's coming up 4:30 Central at the Voice of College Football. Next caller coming up here.
Hey.
Very patient. Robert, thank you so much for being here.
No problem.
Thank you. What's going on today?
Nothing much. Mostly realignment I usually talk about on Twitter and everything.
Yep.
Well, I pretty much said that everybody thinks, oh, you're a Big Ten fan. I'm like, I'm not a Big Ten fan. I'm a Florida State fan. Then they're like, oh, how you know the Big Ten? I was born and raised in the Big Ten country. And they're like, where at? I'm like, Pennsylvania. So it's like, especially with Oregon fans, because they think they're deserving of coming into the Big Ten. I'm like, really, by strategy, really, they'd rather let you wait based on realignment. I think most likely they're playing the game of waiting until the ACC crumbles. So they can pick up Florida State, most likely, and probably Virginia just to close out the New York market, and not the New York, the DC market, before they think of anything West-wise.
So you think that's going to be the next move of the Big Ten?
Yeah, that's what I would think most likely, because it doesn't make sense to go west. Because also I looked at all the Big Ten presidents of all the schools. One of the Big Ten presidents is a vice admiral in the U.S. Navy before becoming the president of Nebraska. I'm like, they're probably taking military techniques to do what they're doing to gain all this pretty much media deal power, pretty much.
So when you say that, Robert, about that being the next move for the Big Ten, again, Florida State, Virginia, okay, how close is that? Are we away from that in your estimation? If you're looking at 2036 as being the end of the grant of rights, at what point does that crumble?
Yeah, I think it could take another 2 to 3 years.
When you say that's the move that makes sense, or that no moves in the out west make sense, different people have different ways of evaluating that. What are you looking at when you say makes sense?
In this case, we can, if you leave the West alone for a while, let them dry up pretty much, because the TV deals are not going to be really good for them. You can get them for more cheaper than give them full share into the Big Ten. While you can give the full shares to the ACC teams that when the ACC crumbles or the grant of rights breaks up.
So you don't think Stanford or Cal
Stanford
worthy
and
of the
Cal, I
Big
think,
Ten.
is a little bit different, but I'm not sure for right now because I think most likely the Big Ten is going to see how USC and UCLA turns out. It could take 3 years for that to see how they pan out.
Because the Big Ten is somewhat on record of saying that they want to see the USC, UCLA and let that kind of get established before they make the next move.
Yeah, out west, I would agree with that. But going south, I say that's an open gate because it's what they're familiar with. Because Florida State makes sense because of the recruiting base. You can open it up a lot more wider with Florida State being in the state of Florida for recruiting and also a little bit of television. While Oregon fans, it just doesn't make sense because they're not a top hotbed for recruits. So it's like, why go for Oregon? Even same thing with Washington. Really, I think the only one that out of Texas, since I live in Texas, I would say if A&M gets ticked off enough having Texas in the SEC, they might think of coming to the Big Ten. That's the only way I think they could get in Texas on that. But that is a big what if on that point.
Okay. One of the questions that we've asked on here, and I actually have posted a poll, and I should check it out just to see what kind of response we've had and what the percentages are, is basically, irregardless of the Big Ten, just looking at the entire nation, what do you think is going to be the next domino to fall?
Next domino, I would say probably Colorado. Colorado and probably Arizona to go into the Big 12 would be the most logical. Because they're the ones that have been making the most noise under the radar and over the radar out of those two teams. Anything else, really, I know listening to Washington fans, they're upset because they're going for broke. If they don't make the Big Ten, this is the end of their team. While Oregon fans are just cocky as nobody's business.
All right, man. Well, we appreciate you being here. If you've got any other questions for me or anything else you want to tackle, certainly we can keep going.
I have a lot of family and friends in big Penn State graduates and everything. I didn't catch your show of the Penn State. How did they do?
Are we talking about the Penn State spring game?
Yeah, the Penn State spring game, yes.
Well, I didn't watch it personally. I had it on. I watched a little bit of it. I shouldn't say that, but my first takeaway is that there's still technically a quarterback competition between Josh Pagula and Drew Aller, although we all expect Aller to be the guy. He didn't look good in the spring game. I don't necessarily take a whole lot from that. I don't think it's a big deal, but he didn't look good in the spring game, and he's an inexperienced quarterback. I think Penn State, for them to break through the Ohio State-Michigan barrier, I think a lot of that is between their ears. I think that they generally have the team to do it. They're a little thin at wide receiver, need guys to step up and prove something there. They lose Parker Washington in particular there. So,
yeah, how about defensively? Because I know they've been pretty good defensively for years.
Yeah, I think that from an execution and talent standpoint put together, that Penn State is the best defense in the Big Ten, and that's even after losing what they lost to the NFL draft. I think from a statistical standpoint and an execution standpoint that Iowa has the best defense in the Big Ten. But when you put it together with NFL kind of players, I like Penn State.
Yeah, in my case, I'm more concerned about their defense getting better because I remember seeing last year when they went against Michigan State how the running back was in the first quarter. He's literally throwing up on the field. How hard the Penn State defense was playing at the time when I saw it. I was like, that's something new. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, it's a big year for Penn State. They are certainly expected to do a lot. And, from a quarterback standpoint, though, it's going to be a first year for Drew Aller as opposed to years 2 and 3 for him. So it may not work out as this being quite the window for them to make a move. But, Michigan could be, from an experience standpoint, down in 24. So that also could be.
How about Penn State's running backs? Are there any good running backs for Penn State?
Oh, absolutely.
Also, they don't have to actually rely on their quarterback then as much. Then they can actually rely on running back if they need to.
They had 2 true freshman running backs last year, and they both just stepped up. And they're a great complement to each other. Allen's the more power back, Singleton's the game breaker. And it's a great combination. And Penn State.
That sounds pretty decent for a quarterback that's inexperienced right there, having two dynamic running backs like that. It could end up making these close games like with Michigan and Ohio State a little bit more interesting.
Probably the thing that got hurt most at Penn State following all the sanctions and so forth was an offensive line, and they've never been able to recover at that position since. But the projection is that Penn State will have its best offensive line since the Joe Paterno days.
Oh, I remember the Paterno days very fondly. I've heard we have a soft spot for Paterno in the eastern side of the state of Pennsylvania. We always have. On that.
So there you have it. All right, Robert. Appreciate you being here.
Oh, that's no problem, Mark.
Have a good night. Call back anytime, man.
Yeah, no problem. When it comes down to realignment, I can comment on anytime.
Absolutely. All right, we'll see you.
See ya.
All right, there's our poll from a week ago. What will be the next college football expansion move? We've got just under 1,000 votes, 940 votes coming in, and that Oregon-Washington move to the Big Ten. Of course, both schools have applied to the Big Ten already, have not been accepted. 40%. So about 400 of you, roughly, a little less than that, think Oregon-Washington to the Big Ten is going to be the next move. Then we've got the Pac-12 schools going to the Big 12, whether that's Arizona, Arizona State, Colorado, Utah, some semblance of those four going to the Big 12. We also have San Diego State, SMU to the Pac-12. Now, I think that that's the safest prediction to make, that those two schools are headed to the Pac-12. I think that from everything I know and from what I've been told, that the framework of that deal is already in place. It's already not a done deal, but that there's a working agreement there, that it just needs to be finalized and pen to paper. ACC schools to the SEC. So there you're looking at most notably Clemson, Florida State, Miami, Georgia Tech, Virginia, North Carolina are the ones that are most talked about. And then do those ACC schools favor the SEC or the Big Ten? They're certainly Big Ten level academic institutions. We've got some exciting programming coming up here in the next several months, I'll actually say, with Tony Altamore making the rounds. We're going to go and send Tony through the car wash of sorts, basically going from channel to channel and giving a proper perspective on that particular program. Tony's going to be fully stocked and loaded with all the charts and all the graphics, and we're going to have a great look at each of the programs in college football that we have represented by team channels. And we're going to do live streams and take your comments and questions, of course, and give a full picture look at football history, athletic history, the current status of the programs athletically. We're going to look at academics, culture, and fit, and what potential destinations are out there for each school, again, across the nation. Iowa Live is the next show. No. Mark, back up. USC Live. USC Live is coming up at 11 o'clock Eastern time tonight. So we have had a stellar run by the Trojans here. There it is. John's all over it. Up next, USC Trojans Live. I thought I was off. I thought I was done for the night. I thought I could take the rest of the night off. No, Mark, come on. Got a great show lined up with Matt Zemek on Trojans Live each and every Monday night. That's at 11 Eastern and 8 Pacific. Tim and Rick delivered a stellar show on USC Trojans. I've got so many names going here, I can't keep them all straight. So it's the Trojans channel, obviously, but it's not the Trojans Live. It's the Trojan Conquest live show with Tim and with Rick every Sunday night. And Bear Alexander made his decision and made that announcement known just minutes, hours before they went live. And so they had just a great show. Check it out. They deliver. They up the ante each and every week in regard to production value and guests, and do a phenomenal job. Again, as Tim notes here, Trojans Live was taken. Yes, we have built out the brand with our live shows, and so yes, we have taken the names and the live titles. So Trojan Conquest, well done though in naming a show by Tim and by Rick. And again, it's every Sunday. Check out what they produced last night and join Matt and I a little bit later tonight. Tuesday is Iowa at 5:30 Eastern, and then Nebraska at 7 Eastern. Maryland and Rutgers hit the field. I know you're excited about that this Saturday in the Big Ten, especially those Scarlet Knights. You know, there's an obvious strategy there by the Big Ten Network to say, hey, we're going to roll everyone else out there, and then we're going to hit you with the big boys there, and we're going to close it out with Rutgers. I believe that's at 3 Eastern, folks. 3 Eastern on the Big Ten Network. And if anything's going to push you to grab the Big Ten Network, it's going to be a Rutgers spring football game there in beautiful Piscataway. So be looking out for that. The NFL draft is coming up starting on Thursday. So this always is a slight source of controversy here at the Voice of College Football as in regards to covering the NFL draft or not covering the NFL draft. I certainly hear from a number of our viewers that don't want to hear anything concerning the NFL draft. These guys have already played college football. They're done. We don't care about the NFL. Move on. But then we also have, David Greenshield comes to mind, who practically begs me to do NFL draft coverage, and I have not done any of that. If you would go back on this channel 6 or 7 years, you would see a glut. You would see me pumping out NFL draft videos like a madman in the weeks leading up to the NFL draft. And then afterwards, there was one draft in particular, probably more like 2 or 3, but one in particular where I basically, through the entire draft, went through 15 picks and then produced a video. 15 picks, produced a video, just pumping out NFL draft videos, and we had a good time doing that. And I enjoy it. I love it. Now, I'm not your guy to talk to leading up to the NFL draft. I've not seen a mock draft. I have no idea what the speculation is. I don't know if there have been any trades that have changed the draft order in the first round or elsewhere throughout the draft. I know nothing about that. I just don't have the time, and I really don't care, because once they get drafted, then it's all said and done. And everything I learned before that is null and void. It doesn't matter. So I'm kind of an economist when it comes to information. I can only devote so many brain cells to football information. Therefore, I want information that's going to stay, that's going to be generally permanent. And so that's, again, why I bring in the people that I do to talk high school football recruiting, because they tell us what's going on. They give all the projections. They tell us the sizes and the weights and the measurements, and they run through all that. And just look at the various channels that we roll out with, Cam Underwood on the Miami show. He just knows recruiting like the back of his hand. He's phenomenal at it. Our guys on Florida State, between Big Game James Coleman and Logan Robinson and Chris Frazier, and I could go on and on through all the various team channels. And we've got our recruiting guys that do a phenomenal job. Yeah, for me, same thing. On signing day, I'll look at the lists and I'll try to memorize the names and become very acquainted with, okay, Michigan, 22 players on down the line. Let's get acquainted with these guys. But all the speculation for months and months and months, no, thank you. I'm only this engaged in it because of obvious purposes, because I have to be. But that's why we bring in the people that know and follow that on a daily basis. But when it comes to the NFL draft, give me the NFL draft. None of it leading up to the NFL draft. But once They put the fancy looking suits on and put the swag on, and you get to see who's wearing the oh man, I'm gonna show my fashion nonsense, so I'm not even gonna start from here, but you know where I'm going with that. There are going to be a number of fashion statements made by these players. Once we get to that point, and I can see the guys and they're lined up and ready to take the podium and give Roger Goodell a big old bear hug. Okay, I'm all in on the NFL draft, and that's where we're going to be on Thursday night. And so watch the NFL draft and then join us directly after as we do some post-draft coverage right here at the Voice of College Football, and take your calls on the NFL draft on Thursday night. So we will do that on Friday. And John, as we bring in John D'Adamo, I will say this as well, that if you truly love the NFL draft, your favorite day is actually Saturday, because that's when the diehards are in on it, is on Saturday. So I watch the draft as well on Saturday.
Hey, I love me some Voice of NFL Football every once in a while, just to mix things up a little bit. Everybody kick back, get to your recliner, have a beverage of whatever variety you want, and enjoy just the occasional day of Voice of NFL Football.
Yes, love it. And with particular callers, you've probably noticed that I could go on and on about the NFL, especially yesteryear NFL stuff, forever. John, do you have any thoughts about this poll? So we have almost 1,000 votes that came in since last week about what could be the next move in realignment. And those are the results if you see them there.
Yeah, well, I don't want to make my good friends, especially Tony's, head explode by choosing the Pac-12, so I'm not going to. I've always kind of envisioned Oregon and Washington in the Big Ten. I have nothing to base that on except a feeling and looking at their the mix of some of what they've done athletically, some of what they've done academically. Washington's ratings are really good. I think they're third in the Pac-12, which I was kind of shocked. I mean, I guess if you look historically, they were a pretty good team at various points, but like it was surprising when I saw that. So they both kind of have their strengths and could create that like West Coast hub alongside USC and UCLA. So it makes sense to me.
I posted a video the other day. I did a Oregon breakdown against the Big Ten, did a Washington breakdown against the Big Ten. So folks, check that out. It seems as though people like to see those breakdowns. So I'm going to continue those. And I will look at Oregon and Washington both against the Big 12 to see how they have fared the last 10 or 20 years, and then also how they project forward. The Arizona schools, Utah, et cetera, against the Big 12. We will break down all those recent results and how those schools and football programs project forward in those conferences. So be looking out for those videos.
Absolutely. Everybody stay tuned. And don't forget, May, the great debate month, the Voice of College Football. So bring your topics.
Absolutely. We've got so many things to promote here, and I don't want to hit everyone over the head when I jump on here because I list out about 17 things I'd like to promote, and I usually get to about 3. So we will highlight that one. So thank you, John, for bringing that up because, yes, we are just roughly a week plus away from the great debate month here at the Voice of College Football. So if you have a debate that you would like to wage, you don't have to do it personally, but that you would like to serve up for us to debate, and we will do our best to bring in various commentators, analysts, folks to talk about those particular debates. So to kind of get your mind around this and where we're headed, think Ohio State, Michigan, 2016 at the Horseshoe, the spotting of the football, that ruling going in Ohio State's favor, and Michigan fans, of course, taking a very difficult defeat there, a very, very bitter defeat that is not so as bitter as it was, let's say 2 years ago. So those type of situations, the great debates around college football, and whatever those are for you and your team and your conference, please serve them up. We will get to as many as possible. Some of them will require video analysis, and we will do that. If there's a controversial play involved, like the Ohio State-Michigan game of 16, we're going to watch the play. We're going to look at all the angles. We're going to look at all the replays. We're going to do it upright.
Yeah, and apparently there's some. Apparently Tim has been making some graphics and things. So I'm looking for those. Looking for those here. Oh, there we go. Oh, boom.
How about that? Yes.
Like, subscribe, hit that bell. Oh, that's fun.
That's
Keep
the
them
three-step
coming.
process.
That's awesome. All right. Well, Mark, feel free to stay on. I got a couple topics to run through, and then we're going to probably bring on some people and have a party for a little while.
Well, we need to explain to everyone what's about to take place, because it could be completely seamless or it may not be. Okay. So we have a bit of a situation here where we, of course, transition every Monday night from myself to John in hosting the show.
Yeah.
All right. So we are going to try something out, because we, of course, want to continue this particular stream and make it seamless for all of you just to hang on and continue to enjoy the show. However, when I leave, there is a possibility that the stream is going to shut down. So in that case, have you already created a backup stream if needed?
I can do it in like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we could possibly have an issue. So John and I are experimenting here.
We're doing it live.
In our previous situation, I would have known that this would have been seamless, but I'm currently not set up to accommodate that. So we're crossing our fingers and seeing if when I leave, that the stream may go kaput. So we shall see.
And if that happens, we'll roll with it.
And we will do what we've done every other week, and that's that there will simply be a separate stream ready to roll. So just keep it right here on the main page, and the second stream will pop up on the front page of the channel.
All right. Well, let's give this a shot. So I'm going to start, and we'll give it a second, and then we'll see what happens.
All right, John. Have a great show, whether it's here on this stream or on the next stream. We hope it's here. And everyone, hopefully you're listening to me right now. Keep it right here. Everything should go fine. If it doesn't, stay on this page. And John's new stream for the 8 o'clock hour will pop up here soon. And then join us later tonight on the USC show at 11 Eastern time.
Absolutely. Thanks as always,
John.
Mark.
Good to see you.
Bye. Okay. So, looks like we're good. Awesome. All right. Welcome to the 8 p.m. block of the Big Ten live show. I'm John D'Adamo, and I'm going to be taking you through all the way until the nighttime, where we're going to move over to USC, the Trojan hour with Mark Rogers and Matt Zemek. But we're gonna do a couple of topics, but I am gonna put the link right here so that you can get in the queue, because once we do topics, which we'll do for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, absolutely. That is, I don't know if there's a better way to describe that than Mozart's Ghost and what you just said. Absolutely. Sorry, there's going to be a little. I'm sorry. I mean, we kind of have to cover it, right? Yeah, we kind of have to cover it. Okay, so let's begin with Transfer Portal Palooza. And as we know, transfer portal's opening up, and we have had some pretty notable transfers from Michigan today, which of course is the school that I cover, that I attended, and that I do every Wednesday on Michigan Wolverines Live at 5 p.m. I will not be on the show this Wednesday because I'm going to a place called Las Vegas for a conference. So I will not be on the show on Wednesday, but I'm sure Mark will be able to hold down the fort, and I'll be back. I'll be back next week. AJ Henning, when you have a football program and you get to a certain level, it becomes a different situation when you're at the Georgia level, the Ohio State level, the Alabama level, and Michigan's starting to hit that level. And so when a player doesn't fit, it doesn't matter if they were a 4-star recruit. They didn't fit. And someone is probably overtaking that player in terms of the starting role. AJ Henning has decided today to transfer from Michigan. And those of us who have watched the film are not shocked about this one bit. Okay? He had never really quite fit in. Was he a great returner? Did he fill the role so that Ronnie Bell didn't have to do it? Yes, he did. Did he do the occasional end around and reverse? Yeah. But was he going to be a starting wide receiver ever in this program? Probably not, with the talent that they've brought in now in the 2023 class. I think there's 3 or 4 of the players that have probably overtaken him. I don't know if it's Darius Clemens. Put in chat who you think is going to be the 3rd starting wide receiver, because Cornelius Johnson and Rowan Wilson are absolutely going to be 2 of them. But remember, you have a 3rd. So you have the X, you have the Z, you have a slot receiver. So you got 3 starting positions. Who's going to be that other position? I'd like to hear from the chat at who that might be. Maybe Jason. Maybe somebody could predict that for us. But where could he go? We just heard from the legend Corey Bratta a little while ago, who you can catch on our Iowa show every Tuesday at 5:30 and on the Hawkeye of the Storm. And I talked to him on Twitter today for a little bit of back and forth. And I talked to Corey about the possibility of AJ Henning coming to Iowa. And I think it's very likely. And I'm going to tell you why. Number one, Iowa was one of the schools that offered AJ Henning way back when. Number two, Cade McNamara is the quarterback. He already brought over Eric All. I thought they were going to bring over Andrell Anthony, but Andrell Anthony decided to go to Oklahoma, which I think was actually a good move in retrospect. He's probably going to do really well at Oklahoma. So where is left for him? Illinois, their receiving core is pretty stacked. That was an option, but I think they're pretty good at receiver. And you kind of, your options start to dwindle a bit. You think of schools like Rutgers. That doesn't seem like a place where I think he'd be very happy at Rutgers. No offense if there's a Rutgers fan in the chat, but let's be honest. At Iowa, AJ Henning has a chance to be a starting wide receiver. Corey, of course, told me they don't just start a wide receiver day one. He's going to have to earn the job at fall camp. But I do think at the end of the day, there, like we just said, there's 3 starting wide receiver positions, and usually, and in a lot of cases with Iowa, they run 2 tight end sets. So maybe, not as crazy, but I think AJ Henning will be the starting wide receiver by a mile. They only have one other that's even on scholarship that played in the spring game. And the one guy that's decent they have is banged up. So AJ Henning could start like the first snap of the first game in the fall. So I think it's very likely. And I don't even think that that's the end. I think there could be more. Cade McNamara has clearly been on the phone. He said in the Jordan Palmer podcast, those of you who listen to that, it was fascinating. And he said very clearly he was going to be on the phone talking to some of these players and trying to form kind of like a Iowa Wolverines situation. And I think it's very likely. Let's hear, let's see some of what we're hearing here in the chat. Erica Goldberg, yes. So I watched all of the footage that Corey had posted on the Iowa channel. It was about 15 minutes of footage. That's all I've seen. If somebody has more, send it to me. But that I've seen what Corey Brada posted. And from what I saw, Iowa looked good at quarterback, better than they have in a while. And Cade McNamara was on limited no contact drills, but he still looked decent. He was going through his progressions. He definitely got Eric All on a nice little pass to Eric All, which was nice to see. A little nostalgia for Wolverine fans. But I think that you couldn't get any worse. Erica herself uses the term P-trash to discuss the former starting quarterback of Iowa. So you can't get much worse than when somebody's called P-trash. Although I think he's going to be a better QB coach than a QB player. But yeah, I think you did look better at QB. I think you look better at a lot of the positions. So we'll have to see if Ferentz can mess this up. Cole, you have read my mind because we are going to be talking about the spring games next. And thank you for your $1.99 super chat. Yes, I watched a decent chunk. I have to admit that these spring games can get a bit tedious, and I am guilty sometimes of watching the highlights or skipping around. However, I saw the first half of the Nebraska spring game in full. And then I also watched about the first quarter or so of Wisconsin, and then kind of watched some highlights of that. So Cole, thank you for your $1.99. I'm going to add you right now to our ticker, because one thing that we like to do is use the ticker to actually thank every single person who donates at any level, or if you sign up for a YouTube membership, that counts too. So if you want to sign up for a YouTube membership or you want to give a super chat, what's going to happen is your comment or your question is going to go to the front of the line. We have topics that we talk about, and we also have people that we talk to. And what we don't want to do is not remember our super chats. But at the end of the day, anybody else, we can pick and choose basically, because we just don't have time to cover every single comment. I'm going to put the link to call the show, because we're going to do a couple of people once we get to our call-in part. So what I want to talk about is kind of the other transfer piece, is that we just at Michigan did get linebacker Nakai Hill-Green is transferring. Again, I think this is due to the fact that he got beat out. Our linebacker core is deep. Our defense in general is deep. The players on the linebacking kind of department, a lot of them have been with the team for quite some time. It's a systematic approach, and it's clear that there was just too much competition. You go to a school where their defense is struggling, and we remember you've got Junior Colson and Michael Barrett, both huge in terms of productivity last year. You always saw Colson and Barrett at the top of the stat sheet. When I covered kind of the play-by-play and film study with D4 Sports, which we did every week last season, Colson and Barrett were always at the top, and we covered defense a lot because he's a defensive coordinator in high school. So we covered defense a lot on that show. And also don't forget about Ernest Hausman, who's coming in. So I think so that's kind of big. And then the other piece, 15 plus and counting Colorado players. And everybody's saying now, oh my God, this is the end of Colorado. Folks, the Colorado players are transferring because they stink. Let me repeat that. The Colorado players are transferring because they stink. Colorado went 1-11 last year. Coach Prime, in his first ever speech to the players, said, "We coming, and we're bringing our luggage, and it's Louis." And what that basically meant is he's cleaning house. Go jump in the portal, get what you can get, because we're bringing in talent, and we're going to make this again a Power 5 program instead of what it has been, which is a junior varsity program. Okay, there was an exception, so I can't say they all stink. Montana Lamonius Craig in the spring game produced 168 passing yards, 2 touchdowns. So why he's transferring, I'm not quite sure. Anybody who's a Colorado expert in the chat, let me know. But folks, this isn't the death of Colorado at all. This is exactly what we all thought was going to happen when Deion Sanders took that job. That there was going to be an exodus, and then you're going to get players coming in. So players have come in via the transfer portal, and they're going to come out. And that's going to continue because this is an organizational turnaround from a 1-win football team. So let's just all pump the brakes on the Colorado is dead. They might even win 4 games this year. That would quadruple their winning record from last year. And then after that, you might want to hit a bowl game, 8 wins, 9 wins. But let's be honest. This is a 3 to 4 win football team. And that would be an improvement and would be completely fine for the Colorado players, team, staff. Obviously, they want to win it all, but a reasonable result would be 4-8 or 3-9, and then you go up because it's an organizational turnaround. Thank you, Erica Goldberg, for your $2 super chat. Colorado is not dead, but 19 players is a lot. Again, it's because they stink. Not all of them. Again, I just pointed out an exception to that rule, and I don't know why he transferred, except maybe he wasn't gelling with Shedeur Sanders. Maybe he wasn't gelling with the new offensive philosophy. There's lots of reasons why a very talented player transfers out. Maybe there's a hookup that he has in another school with a buddy of his, or maybe a girlfriend or family member goes to another school or lives in that area. There's lots of reasons somebody transfers out if they're extremely talented. So let's just recognize that too. But Erica, we always appreciate your contributions, and I do hope that you call in. George, Colorado has lost a total of 45 players since Neon Deion got there. And you know why? Because of what D-Rock Irish is saying. Buffs look small in their spring game. Yes, they did. They didn't look great, folks. Okay? And again, it was, okay, he hadn't been awarded his number yet. Okay. He did. I thought he was very talented in the spring game. But again, there's another example. He wasn't awarded his number. Okay. So, Jason, the alternative approach, maybe Deion is just dog crap as a coach. Well, it's not easy to win at Jackson State. And he won at Jackson State with terrible facilities. He had to call in every favor in the book. Okay, I've been following this pretty closely. The place was a ruin. He called in favors to get the field fixed. He called in favors to get everybody swagged out. He has relationships with the advertisers, the sponsors to bring that program up. No one else could have done, in my opinion, what he did at Jackson State. Will that transfer to Colorado? Who knows? But I think it could. Eventually, not next year. Next year is 3 wins. But eventually, once he gets enough talent in there, look out, because he's legit. And now we're getting the people saying he's legit. He is legit. Okay? Exactly. I just said that. Exactly. Thank you, Jason. We've got multiple Jasons in here. Disagree. I do not think any coach could have won at Jackson State. And how many coaches could nab a 5-star player? 5-star player. Granted, it was a position that he knows very well, and they related to each other. He's referring to Travis Hunter. But that was still a monumental thing that happened to at Jackson State. All right. Let's talk spring games, and then we're going to get to our panel. All right, so everybody start. If you haven't hit the link to call in yet, let's get you in the next couple of minutes. Go ahead and call that in so that we can get our panel discussion going in a couple minutes here. 5 spring games that we're going to discuss quickly, and I'm going to focus on the 2 that are Big Ten, Nebraska and Wisconsin. One surprised me and one didn't. Nebraska didn't surprise me. They were tough. They were physical. They were shaky. It's exactly what I expected it to look like after just a few months of a turnaround. But that is a physical football team, full contact on the quarterbacks. And Jeff Sims is a really good player. Yeah, I think he's going to potentially win the job. He's going to have Casey Thompson, who's currently injured, who will be coming back. But I think Jeff Sims has a chance to win the job. I believe our buddy Greg, who does the Nebraska show with Mark, thinks it's going to be Casey Thompson. But Jeff Sims is a legit talent. They were tough. They were physical. They were Nebraska again. They had the identity of Nebraska. They had a fullback in the game. I loved it. And Jim Harbaugh probably cried a tear watching Nebraska play football. And Michigan does play Nebraska, so it's going to be interesting to watch. Wisconsin was the one that shocked me. Maybe not shocked, but I thought they'd look better than they did. I understand that they're instituting a new air raid concept, but it shocked me how shaky Tanner Mordecai looked. You could argue that that was because Wisconsin's defense made it really difficult for him, and there's an argument to be made. J.J. McCarthy had trouble against Michigan's defense in the spring game. So I get that it happens, but he was slinging it to all the players on both sides, regardless of if it was his team or the other team. It was interesting to watch, and it had vibes of Josh Gaddis coming in. Again, very different, but it had vibes of Josh Gaddis coming in and doing speed and space at Michigan, because it just felt kind of off. And it felt like they don't have that identity quite figured out yet. Now, their run game is ridiculous. Okay, they have one of the best running backs in college football. He's probably, I think he could even be in the Heisman conversation for attending. I don't think he's going to win, but I think he could be in the conversation for attending the Heisman ceremony. Their defense is good. I won't go as far as to say elite. That's Iowa, but it's good. We already talked about Colorado. I'm not going to cover that too much, other than to say it's, again, a turnaround. And they booted a bunch of players on the back of that game, and they're going to probably boot more, and they're going to bring in more Power 5 talent to Colorado. And I think Prime is going to be able to do that. Bama. Jalen Milroe ain't it. I'm going to say it. I don't buy it. I don't buy him combined with Tommy Rees. It didn't look like Bama. It looked like, I don't know, Arkansas. It just didn't look like Bama. Bama, when I think of Bama, I think of the best players, the best talent, the best coaches. And what is Nick Saban doing hiring Tommy Rees when you could have made a phone call to Cliff Kingsbury to be an analyst, at least? I mean, he said yes to USC, so he might have said yes to Bama as an analyst. He didn't want to be an OC, I guess, because of the contract situation, but he said yes to being an analyst. Get Cliff Kingsbury in the building. Call up Joe Brady, see if he feels like being the OC at Bama and then going to a huge program like every OC has done. But Tommy Rees, really? And Jalen Milroe just ain't it. I think he's got the legs to maybe cause some problems against teams that don't know how to scheme against that. But Bama looks like a 9-win football team. That's what I believe. Georgia, on the other hand, and our buddy, a damn beast, is going to like this. Georgia looked sick, man. Georgia looked like they improved. Carson Beck looked great. I saw very few faults. He made a few weird decisions in some of the film I watched, but the vast majority of that game made me think, uh-oh, here we go. It's a three-peat. I don't want to get that pessimistic, but Georgia looks really, really good. Anybody want to disagree? Anybody want to disagree? I don't think so. At the end of the day, Georgia's going to be in the Final Four. They are. Someone is going to have to step up, and maybe it's a Tennessee type. I could see a Tennessee type doing it. But someone is actually going to have to step up and stop Georgia, because they didn't look very stoppable to me. And with Alabama looking shaky in their spring game and Georgia looking the way that they looked, I don't know, folks. I think it's Georgia in the playoff again. Again, you can't base everything on the spring game, but look out, because I don't see how. I'd be absolutely shocked if they don't get in again. Erica Goldberg, who we are about to bring in about a minute. Sad Saban will make another appearance during the Big Ten championship next year. That's my prediction. That brought us some of the best comedy that we've had on the Voice of College Football when Sad Saban made his appearances on the show. I still want to know who that was, and if anybody knows who that was or has an idea, let me know. I have a feeling it might have been Jason, but he seems like the type that might pull off some trickster stuff like that. If anybody has an idea, let me know. You can just DM it to me if you want to keep it private, but I think it'd be very interesting. Absolutely. You have to have elite quarterback play. Yes. Yeah, you do. And that's why I'm thinking J.J. McCarthy needs to take 2 steps up. Not just 1, 2 steps. Which is why I'm encouraged to hear he's pushing for deep passing route concepts and practices. He's pushing for a more sophisticated deep ball situation. And so that's the level. He can't be throwing picks 8 times a game. He's got to step up his game. I have no problem with the running ability of Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards, but I do have a question mark about the passing game until we see it, because we really only saw it against wide open receivers in the Ohio State game, to an extent against Purdue, and to an extent in desperation against TCU. But again, that led to picks too. All right. Yes, it is Argraw, but we are okay with covering other topics. I want to make that very clear. It is a Big Ten show. We primarily cover Big Ten, but it's okay to cover other teams and other things, because sometimes there's interesting news going on, and I'm not going to stop discussion of interesting news. But we are going to talk about Big Ten. I anticipate that the people on the panel today are going to want to talk Big Ten, because we've got two here that are already ready, and I'm going to put the link here to let one or two more people in. Argraw, you're welcome to come in. Oh, it looks like he just left. But yeah, Bert, come on in, folks. But for now, we're going to start with Erica Goldberg.
Hello.
Hey, sorry to make you wait for a few minutes. I went on about Colorado and stuff a little long, so I apologize about that. But welcome back.
Thank you. No problem. I don't mind waiting. I mean, I was listening to all that analysis, so it was interesting, and I want to still know who Sad Saban is. Please reveal yourself. I really want to buy you a coffee or something. I don't know. One of my super chats needs to go to Sad Saban.
Yeah, and I have a feeling it might be our buddy Jason.
Mm-hmm.
He just posted another of his a different parody account.
Is
which
he crying day?
I believe that's him. Yep, there it is. There it is.
At least he changed away from that horrible icon of Harbaugh. That's all I have to say.
Argraw, I'd like to cover Maryland and Rutgers, and we will. So once those spring games happen, we're going to cover both of them as well on next Monday's show. So I'm with you. I want to cover Maryland, and I guess we should probably cover Rutgers too.
Yes, Rutgers too. There was a Maryland person on earlier.
Yeah, Michael. He comes on a lot now. I've seen him on and he was on before too. But yeah, it's great to see fans of teams that we don't always hear from. So I'm very interested at Maryland's spring game to see obviously Talia and what they can do on offense. Josh Gaddis, as we know, is the offensive coordinator now at Maryland. Yeah. So good luck with that. I can't wait to see. I'm wondering, the only way they're going to do that and not kill each other is if they put Gaddis up in the booth. That's the only way I can see it working.
Yeah, I can see their the little I know about those two people, I could see their personalities clashing for sure. I also know that there was a rumor about Gaddis coming possibly to Iowa when people thought Brian was going to be booted or go to NFL. I don't see that ever happening under Kirk. I'll be honest. I don't ever see that happening with Kirk Ferentz there. Yeah.
I mean, if Gaddis had shown that he was the guy that, if Gaddis had made it where Kirk couldn't ignore him, then that would be one thing, right? Mm-hmm. If Gaddis had tore it up at Michigan and it was obvious it was him, but we know it wasn't because we saw what Gaddis did in 2019 and 2020 when he was running the show more. Harbaugh always had veto power, but Gaddis his playbook was used, or his plays were used more in 2019 and 2020. The speed and space kind of concepts of just spreading it out more and things like that. Then they go back to the Stanford 2009 playbook in 2021 and they have the success, right? So there was a clear difference. And Gaddis was still there, but he, in my mind, was a glorified wide receivers and occasional maybe he picked a play or two out, but I don't think he was at all well, or at least not much responsible for what they did in 2021. So
I don't think it was just that, though. I don't think it was just that. There was also character concerns.
Well, there have been some rumors.
And you know how Kirk is about that.
And there have been some rumors about some of the recruiting that occurred under Michigan, and you're
calling it recruiting is a little bit generous. Recruiting of a different sort.
Going the extra mile for the team, I guess.
Yeah, the extra mile. That's for sure.
Yeah. But in
Kirk would not go for that. Kirk would not go for that. He's not. You can say what you want about Kirk Ferentz, but he does not do that type of stuff. He does not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's so the thing is, that same logic, it boggles my mind why he's going to Maryland, because it's like 3 times worse, the dynamic there. You know what was going on with those two in terms of fighting over who called the plays at Alabama, and Gaddis just like literally arguing with Michigan fans on Twitter about oh yeah, this was he's very me. He's very like, it's my plays, it's my and he did that with Loxley arguing over who called the plays at Alabama, and now they patched things up and decided I guess that it's not like Gaddis was a hot commodity this offseason.
Yeah.
So it's almost like he did him a favor, which I thought that guy is going to do Gaddis a favor after the back and forth and the knifing at each other that they were doing. So that surprised me a lot.
I don't know a lot about it, like I said, but based on what you're saying, I have a feeling it won't last long.
Yeah, 1 year, and then and Taulia's probably in the NFL after this year. So
yeah, it feels like he's been there for a long time.
Yeah, because they want to. I think he came back because of NIL, and also because I think they have big dreams.
Yeah.
And if they were in a division that didn't have Michigan and Penn State and Ohio State, then they'd probably be in the championship game.
Well, I just know that we gave them problems last time we played them, like big time problems, like 56-14 type problems. So I don't have a high opinion of Maryland's program for that reason, but I don't know.
Remind me, when did you last play?
That was like 2021, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah. That was like 6 picks off them that we got.
Oh, I'm sure.
They were calling it Iowa East at their stadium. So, or Kinnick East, whatever.
What is going on in chat, man?
So much what? Whoa. Is this a commentary on Gaddis here?
What is going on? It sounds like it's USC versus the world is what it sounds like.
Tim, please call in and tell me how your defense did instead of arguing in the chat, please.
Yeah,
I want to hear. I'm serious.
Tim will. No. But Tim will call in.
I wanted to. I've asked.
How many? Okay. Do we understand just how hard it is to win a national title?
I don't think some people do.
In defense of Lincoln Riley a little, it's extremely hard to win a national title. It just is. Okay, you got to look at you got to face Alabama, you've got to face Georgia, you've got to face the top 5-star talent in college football.
Well, how Bama's trending right now. I don't know if they're going to be in that group for much longer.
Right. Well, I'm referring to when he was at Oklahoma, and they didn't have all the talent in the world, and he still got to the playoffs a couple of times. Michigan is now in the Lincoln Riley boat of winning conference championships, but not quite at that level where you can go toe-to-toe necessarily until maybe this year. With Georgia and Alabama, but yeah, Lincoln Riley had a tough hand at Oklahoma, and just now, this last year, he's been able to benefit from the USC talent pool.
Can I just comment on something? My friend from Nebraska, Cole here. Iowa doesn't know how hard it is because they never have. Well, your team has not this century either, number one. Number two, we actually have. It hasn't been for a very long time, and for that reason, we don't obsess over it, unlike other teams. So that's what I have to say about that. You can come chat if you'd like with us. You know, you're in the
Cole.
Big Ten
Yeah,
too.
Cole, come on in.
Why don't you ever call us, dude? Come on. I'm not going to be mean. I'm usually pretty nice, even though our schools are, you know, kind of against each other, to say the least.
It's true. No, we have a good time here, and yes, I get it. OU recruited.
I walked into that one. Well, you just walked into my response, Cole. Come on now. We both won last century. Get over it. Like, it's the same deal.
Well, we have somebody. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Cole. I hope you feel better. Cole's sick.
You're sick? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll stop being mean. My apologies.
Hey, look at that. We got
Sandra.
Sandra's in here. We've got the Iowa. We have the Iowa contingent is strong. We had Corey Brada earlier. I'm really. I was hoping he'd call in to talk about the transfer news, because I think you guys have a shot at AJ Henning.
It sounds like it. Everything I've been reading all day sounds like it. I know that Cade and Eric have been in his ear.
Absolutely. We do have another caller, and let's see if we can. We have two other callers here, so this is gonna get real fun in a second here. We've got Alex Martin. I'm gonna start with you.
Hi.
Hey, Alex.
Where are you?
I know what you're doing. I know exactly what you're doing. Don't do it, John.
Bring in Tim.
Oh, okay. Fine. I thought you were going to bring in someone else. I was like,
no, I'm bringing in who's calling, which is Tim Prangley.
Yay!
So we've got Iowa, we've got Ohio State, we got USC, and we've got Michigan. So that's not bad.
No, that's a good poll all the way around. Great people.
Can I make another comment really quick about these Iowa and the haters, or these Nebraska people? We got embarrassed by Nebraska in front of the children looking down from the hospital. That's true, but that was the first time in 8 years we got embarrassed by you guys. So I wouldn't say that much. Just saying.
There it is.
First time in 8 years, buddy.
America.
Okay, Jason. Wow.
Keep the Iowa D riding to a minimum. We don't ride to minimum. We're an elite defense. I don't know why people are trying to get to me here tonight. It's not going to work.
Iowa. No kidding.
Is in the top 5 to 10 defensively pretty much every year, statistically.
Iowa is the best defense, bar none.
That's right.
Oh, they are. I mean, this is not even a question.
Actually, Georgia's very good too, and they're number 1. But
Georgia, yeah, Illinois snuck in there last year. Illinois, and I saw them live, and they were legit.
Can we talk about Illinois for a moment? Because a lot of people seem very high on them because they had one good season. And I looked at their record because I was curious. I was like, they must have had a better record before if everyone's so high on them right now. They haven't. And I live in Illinois. I remind you, I live in Illinois, and people here don't think highly of them.
They lucked out. They lucked out. They got a. You know, it was almost, in some ways, it reminded me of Michigan State 2021, where you have a generational running back talent. You have a really good defense, and he kind of lucked out last year with the pieces just falling into place. And they sucked in the middle because they fell to the injury bug. And of course, they got better for Michigan. So that was the first time they had pretty much their full arsenal in multiple games. And so everybody was like, oh yeah, Michigan's going to steamroll them. And I said, wait a minute, because it seems like everybody's coming back. Chase Brown is going to run for a whole bunch of yards, and even Michigan, and Michigan's pretty good at stopping the run. They're not going to stop that guy all the time. He was good. And he'll probably go second round, maybe. You know, it's tough with running backs in the draft, but I think he could go second round.
See, but that's why I don't get why people are so high on them. I feel like they need to have another good season first. I mean,
yeah,
they had one good season. They had what Iowa considers a typical season. Like, and we're not considered like, you know, top whatever because of our offense. So
didn't they have 5 losses? Don't they 8-5?
8-5. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you look at their record, like they have a bunch of like 4-win seasons, 2-win seasons, like like lower. So I don't get, it's not like they've had good, great, seasons recently. And this was just another one of those. Like, why is everyone so high on them, especially given the players they're losing to the draft? I wish there was an Illini fan who could come in and, educate me. I want to know. Like,
wait, Erica, what was the overs on that Iowa, Illinois Iowa game?
Last year it was something like it was 7-6 or something like that was the game. I can't remember.
The score was 9-6, but I mean, I think wasn't it said like in like very low 20s for the over?
I don't remember, to be honest. I think it was probably something like that, but given the two teams,
two lights out defenses and two struggling offenses.
22 Illini were impressive early season before they incurred injuries. Yeah, but that's not.
And then they came back, and then the injured players got less injured, and they came back against Michigan and almost beat Michigan, and probably should, except for some questionable Brett Bielema decisions close to the end of the game.
Yeah, but I just don't. They had one decent season. Big deal. Like, that doesn't make them special.
I think he's too much of a hothead to be any sort of normal coach. You know what I mean? You ever see him in his interviews? He's just like nuts. He freaks out about everything. Yeah. I don't know. I think that was just luck. Like, oh wow, I won. Like, oh yeah, it's like, yeah, Bielema's that was luck. I think he's too hot-headed to be a normal coach versus like Day, who's freaking a block of ice, and you're like, what's going on in there? Anyways.
Peanut Butter Hero says nothing to do in Iowa but hate. I don't live in Iowa. I'm a fan of the team. I don't live in Iowa. I got a master's degree there. I don't live there.
I gotta say,
they're going after you today, Erica. That's not cool.
I know. I don't know where all this hate's coming from. The first hour of the show, everybody was giving me kudos, and now everyone hates me.
Oh,
I don't know what it is.
No, nobody hates you.
No, I don't really. You know what? It's okay. They can hate all they want.
Let them keyboard warrior all they want. It's what they do.
That's right. That's right. Hey, Tim, can you tell us about your team's defense at the spring game? Because I'm really interested in hearing.
Well, I was excited, but I had the rest of the SEC and some Big Ten fans tell me that, well, since Grinch is your DC and it's DC not OC, people kind of referring to him as the OC for some reason. That there's no way they could have a good team, because we all know in college football that if your defense sucks one year, it means you're going to suck next year, right? No matter what you do.
If you listen to some people, they'd have you believe that.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's Grinch has shown that in year 2 he tends to have. By the way, I say all this not being sold on Alex Grinch. I'm not coming here saying that Alex Grinch is going to be some defensive guru.
Yeah, you never have. You've always been very like reasonable about that.
Yeah, the only thing I fall back on when it comes to people, and again, these are fans like me. We're not coaches.
Yeah.
But when you have guys, let's look at the people that have hired him. I mean, honestly, when I have to think about things, I look at how much football do I know? How much does this guy in the chat know about football? And then how much does a guy, I don't know, like Mike Leach? Does Mike Leach know a little bit about football, you guys? What do you think?
Yeah, a little bit.
Do you think he might know a good defensive coordinator if you saw one?
Possibly. There's a chance.
How about this other guy? His name's Urban Meyer. You guys heard of Urban Meyer before?
No, I'm
Who's he?
He also hired Alex Grinch from Washington State. And then there's this third guy. His name's Lincoln Riley. Does he know about X's and O's? What do you guys think?
Perhaps. Yeah. Perhaps.
So I'm not guaranteeing anything. I'll be the first one here to tell you that I was disappointed with last year. But living through 2021 and watching that defense get just manhandled, and it was definitely a function of the Jimmies and Joes as well as the X's and the O's. But the defense was probably the worst I'd ever seen in 2021. I mean, just terrible. They did a job. They came in late. They had, just a couple of months. They showed up right before the high school signing day. So they couldn't get in a class that way. They tried to piece together some guys. They got Eric Gentry, freshman All-American from Arizona State as a linebacker. He flashed really well when he was healthy in that first year. Brought in a great cornerback, Mekhi Blackman, who should go probably maybe first 3 rounds in this draft. He played very well, locked down one side for us. But overall, we were deficient on the and where we were hurting is in the front seven. And the front seven was, again, I'm sure every Big Ten team, right, with a great offensive, I'm sure Michigan, which is absolutely licking their chops, we're going to run all day on these guys. I'm sure that Ohio State was saying, well, first we're going to run the ball, and then when they come up and they stack the box, we're going to throw all over them. And that would have been the case last year. But this year, what USC did is they decided to grab a couple of top 50 defensive linemen. And I'm hearing the chat, the sour grapes, well, that guy's a cancer. He's blah, blah, blah. Everybody in the country. This is the number one transfer basically in this class. And that's in Bear Alexander. People talk, oh, he went to this many high schools, oh, he couldn't even crack the starting lineup at Georgia. Yeah. Most of the country can't crack the starting defensive line lineup for Georgia.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's a cast off. He was a true freshman getting meaningful snaps in Bear Alexander. So he's a top 50 player that they brought in to shore up the middle. Before they got him, they had Kion Bars, who's also a huge individual. They got over from Arizona, so some depth there. They got another freshman, so he's gonna have 3 more years to play in a guy from Texas A&M, Anthony Lucas. He was a 5-star top 50 player as well. So they're addressing their problems. That's in the front line. I mean, I can go on and on. I'm really happy with what they did on the defensive line, but I don't want to bore people. But that right there is some. Oh, and sorry. And then they also pulled over from the Big Ten. I mean, I don't know if you guys know him, but Purdue defensive end. I'm blanking on his name. Where's Rick when I need him? They brought in Jack Sullivan. Jack Sullivan from Purdue. I don't know if you guys remember him. But he was kind of like a journeyman. But he's a big body, big dude coming in to fill some gaps.
5 years with Purdue too, so he's an experienced end.
Wow.
Yeah,
he's a huge guy. I mean, he's big. I don't know how talented he's going to be. So, what am I saying? Georgia fan, learn to be Georgia fan, because I got to tell you something. You guys are awesome, and your defensive line is awesome. But realizing that if a guy who's a freshman wants to leave to go somewhere to get some meaningful playing time, because he doesn't want to be stuck behind a junior that's going to get more reps, and he wants to be, he wants to be the guy. That's what he's going to do. It's 2023. The reason why Georgia fan and maybe Nick Saban as well are crapping all over the NIL and the transfer portal is the fact is they realize they can't stack 4 or 5 guys in a position anymore. Freshmen aren't going to stay around and wait till their junior year so they can get into the lineup. And it doesn't mean, like I made the analogy in the chat, and Rick, I stole it straight from Rick. I'm stole it from him. He's like, the equivalent would be is if you have, look at what happened at USC at wide receiver position, right? CJ Williams is going to Wisconsin this year. This kid is a stud. He's a borderline 5-star from Mater Dei High School. If you guys don't know high school, it's one of the best high schools in the country. And he's going off to going to Wisconsin, not because he's not a good player. It's just a level of talent in front of him. He's like, look, I'm a starter. You guys watch. He's gonna be awesome in the Big Ten. He would be awesome in any conference. He's like, I'm not gonna hang around. I'm gonna go and be the man. And so now he's in Wisconsin, right? Just like Bear Alexander. He could be there with a great defensive line at Georgia. Georgia's been stockpiling that defensive line for the past probably going back to the Mark Richt years. But you can't keep everybody. And so when someone leaves, you don't have to badmouth him. Oh, he was a problem. Dude, where was all this talk about Panther horrible? And when I was celebrating what a great job your true freshman did in the TCU championship game, getting a sack and 2 tackles for a loss. I didn't hear any of that talk back then. But the second the guy leaves, these guys turn into little, ex-boyfriends, ex-girlfriends, slagging off their ex-girlfriend. You know what I mean? It just gets sad. And I would expect more. You guys won a national championship. You guys got to be comfortable in your own skin. Maybe you're not used to winning that often, championships, right? It's just new to you guys. It's been 40 years since you guys did something like this. It's okay to act like you've been there before. Yeah, you've been there before. Well, you've been there once.
Can I piggyback on one thing that you said about Georgia? A lot of people don't realize one thing, and I drop this occasionally. I drop my 2 running backs from Ohio State, and I drop this one statement often. So I'll say this once again to the world, whoever's listening. There really is a secret to Georgia. And I think a lot of people, when they look at the talent on the D-line especially, and they go, wow, and these guys are so good. They're such great, D players. They are. The real sauce to Georgia, and I hope this echoes out to the country so that other teams copy it. Georgia is the king by leaps and bounds in fitness. Their running regimen, meaning what they do in practice, their running is psychotic. And because of that, they can literally fall asleep for 3 quarters like they did with Missouri, and the 4th quarter kind of wake up and trounce you because they have the gas. They have so much gas like they did to us, and that's really how they won. It wasn't the penalty and all that stuff. They outgassed us. Georgia can outgas any team in the nation by leaps and bounds if any team chooses a workout regimen of running your tuchus off. And every sport I've ever played, running's the number one thing. You gotta have running as number one, and you will contest with Georgia. Georgia's talent is good, but I mean, Michigan, the Big Ten, the list goes on of amazing Ds, on the planet. And Georgia's not really that good. It's really their workout regimen is insane. So I wanted to drop that about Georgia because people are always like, Georgia. I'm like, if you saw their practice before the playoff that we had, their practice was literally 20 minutes of the camera being on them and them just doing these circle drills, running circles for like 20 minutes straight. Like, just like, what is this smart guy doing to them? And it's like, he's just brutalizing them. And that's the way, honestly, you got to run your players. And that's Georgia. On to Iowa. I want to say one thing. I want to find out how Iowa played in the spring game because I wanted to find that out. I saw a little snippet of Cade and I was like, because I've looked at other spring games like Bama, they blew. Their spring game blew, dude. Like, I'm like, this is Bama?
I feel like really? I was being nice in my analysis earlier.
You guys don't put too much stock in a spring game. If they look bad at a spring game,
no, you really can. You really can. You really can, my friend. You can.
Hold on. Hey, hang on.
Okay.
How many of those guys did you recognize some of the numbers out there? Because I bet you a lot of them are like squad. These spring games are not going ones against ones. It's not like that. If you too much stock,
they are going ones against ones. That's not true.
For how many plays? For how many series?
Well, first of all, Simpson, let me just say this. Simpson is a phenomenal quarterback. You can see that. So at least, kudos to Saban still having a quarterback ability, having, good quarterbacks. The rest of the team was just, I mean, you can tell if you played or any sport, you can just see these guys are just like, they're not dialed in. They're not just, Bama doesn't have it. They don't have it this year. I'll bet you right now, my friend, we can make a bet right now. It's virtual money. That down the road, you'll see Bama not do nothing quite like they did in years past. But go ahead. I'll listen to your thoughts. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I'm not an expert on Bama at all, but I mean, look what happened last year. Look what might happen this year. We'll see what happens. We'll put it that way.
Yeah. In spring games, the one thing, so really it's the real scrimmages are the ones we don't see. Those are the ones they do behind. They don't put on national television so people can get all the film they want on their offense, etc. Those are the real scrimmages.
True.
The ones they put on for us is a dog and pony show. Man, you can shake your head all you want at me.
No. Well, it's not a dog. You mean dog and pony show for the public? They're not doing that for the public.
No,
not
but
at
hold
all.
On though. I mean, Tim is right. They're not going to put out their entire playbook to show everybody.
That's true. But there are examples. I know Nebraska was one where they literally stated it on screen. It was 1 versus 1. Georgia, according to Dan Beast, is 1 versus 1.
The entire game, though. I mean, again, yes. Sometimes you do go 1 versus 1 for maybe a series or two, and then you yank them. Like, for instance, Caleb Williams, Heisman Trophy winner. How many series do you think he saw? He threw 3 passes, scored a touchdown after 2 big runs, and that what they called it a day for him. You're not going to keep your stars out.
McCord had half the game and Jebby had the other half, so I don't know about that.
I mean, they didn't keep Cade out the entire time at all. Cade hardly had any snaps.
Was there live tackling on the quarterback?
They didn't tackle Cade because he's still not 100% back from the
injury.
They don't tackle quarterbacks in any of the game. I'm just trying to say, you guys, hey.
And they also, I mean, first of all, Iowa doesn't have a spring game. They do like an open scrimmage. That's what they've been doing for a while. But yeah, Cade wasn't 100%, so there weren't any tackles on him. Deacon Hill got in some good quality time. They did not tackle him either. I don't think they did any contact with the quarterbacks for Iowa.
Erica, have you seen other? So I just saw the 15 minutes of footage that Corey put up from the Iowa games. There was about 2 minutes of Cade, and he was doing no contact drills basically. So he said that nobody was coming at him, but he was just practicing throwing the ball again to receivers because it had been he's
How
still
was
getting
he?
back in the groove of it.
How was he?
He looked good. He
Fine.
said
Really?
he's close to. He said he's close to 100 after the scrimmage was over because they interviewed certain players. He said he was close to 100, but I guess I would
100 what? 100
100%
what?
back from his injury.
Oh, injury. Wow. Cool. Okay.
So that's why
Yeah.
he didn't get as many times to practice. But there's, I know you asked earlier if there's coverage from Iowa besides what Corey put out. There is some out there. I'd have to go find it again. I can send it to you on Twitter though if you want, John.
Oh yeah, totally.
If you could post it, Eric, on the on the chat thing, is that possible?
Yeah,
So
you know what? Let me go try and find it. Let me go try and find it, and I can post it there.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I want to see what I was doing. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, there's about 15 minutes you can look at the Iowa football, the voice of college football, and he posted.
Okay.
Corey posted that, but yeah, there's a couple. Apparently, there's more. So.
Yeah, there's a bit more that some of the main Iowa media got. I'd have to find it. I'm looking at it for it right now. So I did see, I believe it was Aiden O'Connell's comment about how Michigan is khaki U.
We have a celebrity.
Funny. That was funny.
We've had Nick Saban. We've got Aiden O'Connell. So welcome. Wonder who's under the hood there. Probably not actually Aiden O'Connell. I'm guessing. Well, that would be cool. That would be great.
Yeah, I'll look for this footage. So I was going to say, though, Tim, it sounds like USC might be able to get things in order a little bit.
Well, I mean, I only had a chance to talk about the defensive. Yeah, I had a chance to talk about defensive line.
I mean, yeah.
Well, and they added linebackers. Yeah, there was an earlier talk with Mark Rogers talking about how the transfer portal. I mean, even Ohio State and Georgia and Alabama should be taking one or two players a year, period. I don't care how good your program is. You have deficiencies that you should be dialing in to make you competitive. So if you're not taking any, then I would question that. I don't care how great you think your program is. This is a situation where you can get better. Do you think
we're screwed because we didn't do that? You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
with our own line.
Well, we recruit so well at the high school level. We don't make any mistakes on evaluation. We don't lose anybody to injury. We don't have any holes in our roster. It's quite fun. It's just funny. And by the way, you were talking earlier about Georgia running up down the field. Make sure also, so let Ryan Day know that you need to get conditioning a little more conditioned, but also make sure Ryan Day.
I'll talk to him on Tuesday.
But make sure you tell them that maybe you need to practice slamming helmets to the side of their players' heads, because you also have to be prepared for that too when you play in championship games and in the playoffs. Because
when you're playing Georgia, yes.
Yeah. So
the cheaters. Can I just throw this out? And you know what? I'm the first person to drop this. I think I know I probably am, because you don't hear it anymore. Did you guys learn during? It was either I think it was right after or right before the playoff with Georgia. They were taping. Georgia was taping our practice. Did you hear about that?
Georgia?
No, I'm not lying.
They
were taping our practice. They had two cameras set up, and Dave found them. I think he probably called it. Kirby and said, "I'm not going to say anything." What's that?
They were taping Ohio State's practice.
They were taping our practice. Yeah.
Cameraman.
They are cheaters.
Wow.
Sorry, gotta say it. I had to put it out there. I'm sure Dave's who was this Jack White from New York saying, because I'm sure Dave clammed it up. I'm sure he was like, all right, I'm not going to say anything. I want to win this game. Don't worry, but yeah, they totally did that. It's wow. I'm sure you could find this information out. Where did I learn this? I forget, but it was oh my God, it was real. I would think it was the students or something found it, or anyways, just throwing that out there. Georgia, I think Kirby just is desperate to win by all means. You know what I mean? He's just at that place, and he had Saban as a freaking, as a boss. Saban, So, but I'm sorry, I jumped in there. What were we talking about? Sorry.
No, I'm enjoying the conversation, and you infuriating the chat. It's even more fun to watch. But this, guys, if you're in the chat, you really should try to keep it not to a personal level. If you have something to add to what the conversation is, but let's not take swipes at. Good swipe at me. I don't give a crud. But other people, you really just need to chill out on the personal attacks. I don't want to time you out.
Yeah,
fire away on me. I don't care. But the other people, is out of line. So
I've addressed one of them at least.
So
what personal attacks are you talking about?
Don't worry about it. It was a waste of time. No worries. I already got rid of the message.
Oh.
So that's it. I mean, I'm just came on. You want me to tell you about the defense? You know, we picked up. I don't know how to explain it. I don't want to say too much. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna say two things, and you guys can maybe I can come back in a year from now and we can discuss it then. But I'm telling you, USC's defense could be a top 50 defense. They're not going to go from what they had last year to some like top 20 defense. That's not going to happen. But when you have arguably the best offense with arguably the best offensive mind in college football, you don't need to have it. Yeah, I know. Go ahead and tell me Ryan Day is better than you'll be.
No. I think our offense is in bad shape. So I wouldn't even say that about Ryan. I'm not a homer, my friend. So I'm listening to you.
I don't think it's too much of a homer statement. Looking at what Lincoln Riley's done, you know, prior to becoming the head coach at Oklahoma, and since he's been a head coach, and the offenses that he's put out to make the claim, and I said the word arguably the best. I mean, you might come up with someone out there that might be able to compare with him, but I don't think you could really say that there's someone out there that's hands down better than Lincoln Riley as an offensive coordinator. Does anyone disagree in the chat, or because I'd love to hear the argument? Can someone give me a name that's better than Lincoln Riley?
I have no argument against that. I was very impressed when I watched USC last year on their.
Because you guys can call me a homer all you want, but if I make, I make a logical statement,
no one here is calling you a homer. No one here is calling you a homer. I think he is very smart offensively. I watched a few of the games last year. It looked great.
No, I was talking to Big Oliver he has Oliver spelled differently. Big Oliver.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, the defensive pickups have been impressive. And you touched on a lot of them on the Trojan show yesterday. I tried to catch as much as I could. But I will say, I was listening to that show and there were some predictions. We love our buddy Joey Foster. He was making some predictions. I actually think that USC could be in a position to be in the playoff. And I was the one who said 11-1 last year. I think. Hey,
I'll say openly, your quarterback is probably. I'd say your quarterback is the best quarterback in the country, and I don't think it's just because he won the Heisman. I absolutely would say that. And I think Lincoln's great at getting brilliant quarterbacks. So, I mean, that's kudos to your offense for sure.
Yeah, but to say that he's getting lucky having the best quarterback every single year it's twofold. One, we know
it's not luck. I don't think it's luck. I don't think it's luck at all.
It's coaching.
Part of coaching is not only recruiting, but it's also evaluating. And then having the gravitas to have these people actually want to join your as a top seal caller, want to come join your school. So yeah, I think at USC we're going to be safe at quarterback as long as Lincoln Riley is there. But you can't just put it just directly on the quarterback play. I mean, the numbers alone just don't add up that way. We were doing really well, and why we did, where we got in trouble is we lost. Not only lose Caleb Williams, but we lost, Andrew Voorhees, who
Addison,
was a borderline first round draft pick at offensive guard, and we lost our center in that game. And Jordan Addison was playing on one leg. So, I mean, injuries are part of football, but that's why the depth that they've added this year, all the depth they have. Last year, they had some good players, but we had zero depth. And anyone that knows football knows that without that depth, your players are getting too many reps. And with all those reps, you're going to have injuries in October and November.
I mean, look, like Iowa has a situation right now where we only have one scholarship wide receiver out there. The rest of them are all injured. So, I mean, it's a big problem.
That's why I think everybody's hoping that Iowa gets A.J. Henning.
No, that's part of it, but we just need someone who's.
They should. That'd be great.
I mean, anyway, that's a whole nother conversation. I see we've got.
Can you imagine that? Like the receiver, that's the tight end, and the quarterback. Like that's insane. What a combo!
Then you're talking literally about the Iowa Wolverines at that point when you've got quarterback. You've got tight end. You've got potentially a wide receiver. And I don't even think that's.
Hold on a second, though. I mean, before we talk about the merch, like. We already are we have a lot of depth in our tight end room. Like, it's not just because of Eric All that we have depth. We're always good at tight end.
That's
very,
true.
very.
Probably
Virginia,
better.
for crying out loud.
And Corey has said, and I agree with you. I agree with Corey that that the tight end room might actually be better this year than last year.
Yeah.
And last year's had Luke Lachey and Sam Laporta.
That was highlighted yesterday or on Saturday for sure at the practice. The tight ends are they're going to be unbelievable.
Erica,
it makes stacked.
It makes complete sense because I do stand corrected. I was corrected in the chat. Tony's telling me that Brian, is the best OC.
No, Tony
really better than Riley.
Okay, look, I'm an Iowa fan, and I can tell you, he's trolling. Come on.
No, I know. I'm messing. I'm trolling you right now, Erica. I'm sorry. I feel bad for doing this.
Seriously, if this guy Tony was serious,
there's no way.
No,
no way in God's green earth.
He's messing with me. No, he's just joking around.
And we've got Joey in here, so I got to do my plug now because we have our merch store. Posted a link in the chat. Get in there and let's get you some merch. It's sorted by the best selling, so it looks like right now the best selling. It's mixed around a little bit. I like looking at this. So right now it's the T-shirt. It was the mug, so the T-shirt has taken over as the best selling item. But then you've got your mug, your hoodies, your other things. Light a candle for whatever football team you want to light a candle for, and so on. And apparently, according to Joey, who runs all of this, there's going to be Michigan football merchandise coming up here. So, and obviously, if you have a team you want added to that, I'm sure many of you do. Send them a note.
Joey, I'm expecting my Voice of College Football USC hoodie in the mail any day now. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So check that out. And, even if it's just something or, if you get 2 items, you get a discount. It helps the show. Another thing, join our Discord, join our Patreon, talk college football all the time. And we're going to be ramping up as we get closer to the season and doing cool stuff as we always do. So it's only $5 to join. And probably what you get with it, especially when you get to the season, there's a betting guide, there's hangouts, there's all kinds of things, and it helps support the channel. So whether it's that or whether you do a YouTube membership, it doesn't matter. Whatever you want to do to help contribute, we appreciate it all.
John, I heard the cool kids are doing both. That's the word.
And the cool kids are doing both. Absolutely, they are.
Yeah.
Because then you get to double.
So I think it's very interesting that there's a lot of people in the chat who have opinions yet won't call us. I don't understand it.
Well,
maybe it'll attack you, Erica. We don't want that.
I can handle it.
Let's keep them off. Let's keep them off.
Look.
No fighting.
The truth is, I'm not a homer. I will be the first to tell you that our offense is flippin' pathetic. I will be the first to say it. So
your offense is going to rock.
No, I'm not talking about. I mean, last season. I'm the first to say it.
That was Dan.
P-Trash,
I know,
right?
but people keep saying all this stuff in the chat about how Iowa's bad at offense and all this. And it's like, well, yes, we were. I mean, what's your point in saying that? Yes, we were. And most Iowa fans
live in the now. You guys are going to rock. Well, going to take Erica, the West. I'm telling you.
I just want to add one thing.
Take the West.
Here's the thing: if you're elite at 1/3 of football, I mean, except. Let's leave special teams out. Let's say, so if you're elite at either offense or defense, if you're playing at like a top 10, top 5 level, you don't need an elite offense and an elite defense. Look at Ohio State, a field goal. I mean, they were a kicker away from winning the national championship. They had a very good defense, but what were you guys like? I think yards per play, you guys 29 in the country, right? So so you're spotty. You're
yeah,
right.
I'm trying to be diplomatic. So your defense was a bit spotty. You played well. You had some athletes there, but you obviously weren't exceptional. You weren't on the level of a Georgia or an Iowa, but you don't need to be. Why? Because you had a top 3, top 2 offense in the country, and so if you're at that elite level, you're going to be able to mitigate any issues you might have on defense. Now, you can't have a top 3 offense and a top 100 defense like I had to deal with last year. But if you can get that number down somewhere in the sweet spot of, preferably below 30, but if you can get below 50, 40, you're going to win 10, 11 games. Yeah, if you get that below top 30, top 20 with that type of offense, you might win the national championship. And that's how close Ohio State was.
Yeah, that's right. And I just love
1
how
point.
Nebraska fans as well, this Dion Pryor, I don't think you're sick like Cole is, so maybe you should call in and discuss it, but we beat you for 8 years in a row. You don't have a lot to say about it. Get
and
over
we
it.
do have somebody calling in, friend of the program and West Virginia fan, and makes all this happen. Joey
Hi,
Foster's
Joey.
in the house.
Hey, guys. I had to come in for a second because I mentioned this. Hold on a second. Let me find it here, right here. I mentioned that I was going to put the Michigan merchandise in the store, right? And here's what somebody said. That Joey Foster, we know that pains you being a Michigan hater. No,
because you predicted Penn State to be in the playoff. I think.
Right. I'm not a Michigan hater, but boy, I tell you what, that Michigan merchandise is going to have the prettiest golden blue on it you've ever seen in your life. It's going to be the right color of golden blue. And no, I'm just kidding with you guys. No, yeah, seriously, I wanted to come in just for a second and say I've been meaning to do it for a while. Been a little bit. I'm constantly behind, but I'm a little bit behind on merchandise right now. I'm going to put some Michigan merchandise in there tomorrow. I won't promise that I'll have it all available, but we will get a T-shirt and coffee mugs, the best-selling stuff that everybody's looking for.
Can I plug West Virginia? Anybody who's traveled the country, you've got to go to West Virginia. It's the greatest people on the planet. You got to go.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, the most real human beings you'll ever meet in your life. Awesome.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania Turnpike,
Best.
and I think I was
I'm telling you.
West Virginia for like 8 seconds, Joey.
And Jason says we got to get some. Jason says we got to get some West Virginia merchandise too. Yeah, we will. We'll have all of it. I've got to get. So I got Miami on there. I did get Miami merchandise made, but that was like 3 weeks ago, and I've been meaning to go and do Oklahoma and Michigan and Ohio State, everybody. And I've just been running real behind. But I promise you guys, I will have some Michigan stuff on there tomorrow. It won't be everything, of course, that we offer in the store, but it will be some of the things. I'll have you a beer glass. They seem to be big sellers. John, you ordered one of the beer glasses, didn't you? Or was that you, Tim?
Might have been Tim. I don't know.
No, I got a mug.
Oh, okay. I thought one of you guys ordered a beer glass. Well, no, I've got a lot of.
That was gonna be our gift from you, Joey. That's our freebie you're gonna send to us.
Oh yeah.
Right. I give away freebies now. Okay, I'll run that by Mark, and we'll see how far down the road that gets.
Just for the guys that host shows for you. Just for those.
Hey Joey, while you're here, I heard you say you were on the Trojan show last night, and you had given your top 4
yes.
that you predicted would be in the playoff, and I have to ask you about it because I didn't hear Georgia, but I did hear Penn State and Texas.
Yes.
So please expand on that.
Texas has got so much talent down there. It's not funny, right? And they're playing in the Big 12. Where TCU lost a lot of people, right? Kansas State's going to take a slight step back, not much, but a slight step back. West Virginia's down right now. Oklahoma State's down right now. So Texas shouldn't have any problem sweeping the Big 12, in my opinion. And if Texas sweeps the Big 12, wins the Big 12 championship, they're in the playoff, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm picking them in the playoff. I mean, there's nobody. I don't care if you've got a 1-loss Michigan and a 1-loss Texas team. They're going to take Texas, and that's nothing against Michigan. It's just how I feel like they would do.
Question.
So,
I don't see. Hold on. I don't know. Here's my scenario for you. Ready? Let's say that Ohio State. I'm just saying. Let's say Ohio State goes undefeated, beats, and then loses as a 1-loss to, let's say, Michigan, right?
Don't say it.
And then they have a one loss Ohio State team.
Don't say it.
Out, and then you have a Texas team struggling in the Big 12. You really think that undefeated Texas team's getting in over Ohio State?
No. I'm not saying that they're struggling in the Big 12 by no means, But Texas shouldn't struggle in the Big 12 this year. Honestly, I mean, every team that's normally
the teams that I'm gonna say this. It's looking kind of like a gimme schedule, other than Bama, and you might argue TCU, Kansas State, but there's a lot of W's on here.
Yeah, TCU, Kansas State's not going to be a problem.
About 12 or 11.
Let's stop the conversation. You realize they're playing Bama and Bryant. You realize they're playing Bama.
You realize,
Yes, there's
you
your
realize
loss.
last year they nearly beat Bama, and both teams returned about everybody.
Right.
They didn't lose nobody. Both teams. Alabama arguably lost more than Texas did.
No, I'll tell you what. They lost probably the most important person. Who was I'm blanking on his name. Who was the ex?
Stetson Bennett. No, not Stetson Bennett. It's Georgia. Yeah, I know you don't know.
What's his name?
I mean,
Patterson.
Bryce Young?
No, Patterson. Patterson. That was Patterson. Yeah. They stymied that. They really stopped a good Alabama offense with that. Whatever game plan they had, they were having a really hard time against Texas. And who knows? I mean, Texas, if they had healthy, upright quarterbacks, they may have won that game. But
they would have.
Patterson's not an analyst for them. He's gone. He's not there anymore at Texas. So, and that was at home. Now they got to play at Bryant Denny, and that's a whole different world. So,
I give you that. But here's the thing about it. We're not. That's not going to affect Texas. A loss to Alabama is not going to affect Texas that early in the season if they can run the table in the Big 12. It just won't affect them.
Not if it's too. Well, I'm saying, what about a one loss Texas, and a one loss, let's say Michigan, or one loss Michigan, or a one loss Ohio State. I don't care.
If that one loss Texas is to Alabama, then they would get in over Michigan or Ohio State.
What if the one loss by Michigan is obviously to Michigan or Ohio State?
It doesn't matter. I'm just saying a one loss Texas is going to get in over about any team in the country. Except for maybe in Alabama.
You don't think they're going to slip a second time? You got Kansas State in here.
No, I don't. I don't think they will. I think they'll beat Kansas State. I think they'll beat Kansas State and TCU, no problem. Okay. I know they'll beat West Virginia. They've got a pretty simple schedule laid out there. I do not see Texas falling anywhere. I don't even see them falling in Alabama like you guys do. I mean, I think it's going to be a really close game, and either team could win that game. I'm telling you. Texas is a lot better than you guys think. And
maybe.
I think they're a good team. I'm not impressed with the Big 12.
Now, that's what I'm saying. I'm not impressed with the Big 12 at all right this year at all. So that's why I say Texas should run the table, no problem in the Big 12. Now, at the same token, the Big 10, you got Penn State, Michigan, and Ohio State that are going to beat up on each other, right? Yep. They're going to beat up on each other.
Yeah,
there's going to be some losses there. Where Texas isn't going to be taking them losses in the Big 12. The SEC, same way. You got Alabama, Georgia, LSU, and stuff, and they're going to be beating up on each other, right? The Big 10, you might have a good Utah team that can beat up USC, but USC beat everybody else, right?
I think the worry for USC is going to be a really good Washington team and a good Oregon team.
Right, but I'm just saying, you all are going to beat up on each other in the Pac-12 too. I predict USC to go undefeated. I have USC going undefeated. I just think that my top four right now, barring any transfers, barring anything happening, big time from now to kickoff, is going to be Alabama, Penn State, Texas, and USC. And that's my top four at the end of the year. And
where's Georgia? What's going to happen with Georgia?
I don't think Georgia. I don't think SEC is going to get two teams in this year, just simply because I think Texas is going to run the Pac-12. The Big 12. I think USC is going to run the Pac-12, and I think Penn State's going to win the Big 10. Wow. And I think that's going to make them hold somebody from the SEC out of the playoffs this year instead of getting two in. And finally, we have just one in from the SEC and one from each other conference, other than the ACC. Well, I don't think the ACC gets in at all.
But you just predicted. I mean, the Pac-12 can do what they always do. Round robin, kick each other's butts, and then there's no, whoever wins the Pac-12 has, let's say, one or two, has two losses, right? And so a one-loss Georgia or a one-loss Alabama is going to get the split. So I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I think it's possible. I mean, I would love to see it where we don't have two Big Ten teams or two SEC teams. That would be great. But
it'd be nice to get a little mixing it up. LBC, our buddy Rick has generously donated, and thank you for the super chat. And catch him along with Tim on Trojan Conquest Live every Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. USC was number 119 at 6.3 defensive yards play, and Iowa was number 126 at offensively, I'm guessing, at 4.2 offensive yards a play. Which team will have the biggest improvement next year? Interesting.
It's hard to know without seeing like a real legit game from either team yet. I mean,
I think USC. I just think USC. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I just think USC because of these defensive talent they brought in out of the transfer portal and the defensive recruiting this year. You know, I think I said last night you guys got like 12 blue chip players coming into the program. Now, I'm not saying that they're not going to play. Obviously, they're freshmen, but you've hit that portal pretty hard into the defensive end too at USC. So I think USC's improving on defense tremendously this year. And they don't have to improve much because of Lincoln Riley's offense to win the Pac-12. They just got to improve into maybe the top 60 or 50 or 60 in the country, and they will be a playoff team.
I think Cade McNamara is going to do a lot. I think Iowa's offense has had difficulties for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, there's a lot of variance there.
But bringing in, I know that there wasn't room, right? So Cade moves on, but he's a very capable quarterback, very good quarterback that, injecting that into an offense can make a lot of difference. But why I'm going to say USC is because I'm a homer. No, the reason why I'm going to say USC is because I think that this is year 2. So what we saw last year, anyone that knows football knows that the first year you're going to install your defense. It's install, and even the guys that were there, they never played knowledge experience, so it was brand new to everybody on that team, except for McCutcheon, who was the nickelback that came over from Oklahoma. Other than that, all these guys, and he didn't play very much. It was a brand new defense, and usually a team's going to respond in year 2, so they're going to play better. So for that reason alone, Joe, you did bring up the fact that we brought in a bunch of guys from all over the country so they got better at pretty much almost every position. There's probably, so you look at that defense, you talk about USC's defense last year. There's probably only 2 guys that started on that defense. One of them is All-American Kalen Bullock at free safety. And then who would be the other one? Let me think.
Can I just say something just openly? I think everyone should be a homer. And Tim, if you're a homer, that's awesome. I was speaking more of myself being an anti-homer, meaning I destroy Ohio State. If you see me in chats, like I'm the Ohio State fan everyone hates from Ohio State, because I am brutal to my team.
Yeah,
that's what I meant. I'm brutal to. I can't stand when we screw up. I hate it. So believe me, I'm horrible to my team.
There's nothing wrong with that, because being critical of your team shows you care and that you have passion.
Oh, I'm the worst. I'm the worst on the planet. But I was just saying, Tim, it's okay that anyone loves it, and most people do, and they should. I personally, I have a fit when Ohio State loses. I can't deal. So I look at everything that's wrong. Anyway, I was just sharing that. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. Go ahead.
No. Well, I'm just gonna say everyone has a bias. Anyone out there, even the most ardent, saying,
"Oh yeah,
no, I'm objective. I'm this. I'm that." Everybody has an innate bias when you're talking about your own team.
Unless you're talking about Spencer Petras.
Not me.
Well, I was really just cracking on some of the, again, keyboard warriors that we always run into. I shouldn't even give them time of day. That's like, that's a homer comment. This about, but in reality, there is going to be bias. But if the person has an objective argument, which I hope I do my best to give you guys when I say these things, it's not homerism. It's just, I'm sure there's an innate biase, but
no
one here.
And that's great. You should be a homer. I think everyone should be a homer.
What you're saying makes a lot of sense.
Nobody, no sane human being is on YouTube in the middle of the evening in the middle of freaking April, unless you're a homer. I'm just gonna leave it right there. None of us are normal.
I love it.
You're normal. Don't try to pretend like you're not biased towards your team, because you're not. Don't play that game.
I'm telling you, I'm brutal. If you see any of my chats, Tim, you'll be like, God, this guy, does he like Ohio State? But yeah.
There is some first-class trash talking about Michigan State going on, back and forth here.
Yeah,
I'm laughing. I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm always down for some of that, but
they're the dark horse. They're always the dark horse. Michigan State could be the dark horse this year again. You never know.
Come on. The only reason Tucker was even renewed is because he had one good running back. Do you really believe that?
I mean, they always do something, and you're just like, huh? Oh my God, why are they good?
They weren't very good last year.
Michigan knows about that. They can't stand them.
Tim, do you want to talk about your special our new graphic here?
Oh yeah, I ripped this off the internet for free. and upload it. Yeah, so I wish I could take credit for the fact that I like somehow constructed this, but it wasn't illegal. It's free. It's free content, you know. And I just pulled it off the internet and
hit the
I just
like
think
button.
Yeah,
hit
I'm
the
just thinking that
subscribe
Mark.
button. Hit the bell. Look at that. It's right there for you, folks.
Some people are visual learners. Some people are auditory learners. This way, we can help everybody out, right? If you have trouble finding what we ask, if you're having trouble, what we're asking you to do, there you go. Step 1, step 2, step 3. It's pretty simple.
Going back to that super chat we were just talking about, I don't know who's gonna do more of the improvement or whatever. I personally think though that I will definitely be improved. I think that, I mean, Caleb Johnson once again stood out at spring practice. I'm telling you, he's going to be special. He's going to be special this year. And LaShawn Williams, who has some experience under his belt now, he looked really good at the spring practice as well. He's probably going to be the second running back. Just for that reason and for the quarterback situation being an improvement, I think we're definitely going to improve. How much, I don't know, but definitely better than P-Trash situation.
Yeah, that's a great question. This LBC guy's pretty smart.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here, guys.
Completely
Listen, I might be a Mountaineer fan first, but I'm a college football fan second. And I wish all you guys a lot of luck. And let's just teach them great football this year. What do you say?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Joey Foster, everybody.
Y'all have a great night.
Remember,
Thanks,
I want
Joey.
that sweatshirt in a black one, and I need a large.
Hey, I want to make a request here. This Dion Pryor person who keeps talking trash about Iowa, please come on here and debate me. I would love to hear from you.
No debates. No debates.
I would love to
It's a
hear
constructive.
I would love to hear why you haven't been able to go to a bowl in like 30 years. So,
Oh my God, Erica!
Enlighten us, please.
Well, don't feel bad. He started cracking on me the minute I came into the chat. USC.
No, I don't seriously feel bad. I'm amused that people will be, like you said, keyboard warriors and don't have the guts to come on and talk to us. I don't think we're that scary.
You're saying the third man.
Oh yeah,
They are ants.
John
Okay,
Pryor.
they are ants. Just remember that phrase. They are ants.
They're what?
They are ants. I'm just leave it there. If you guys know the movie what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
J-Man, Michigan fan in the house, who's also excited about Iowa. I am too. I'm gonna be. They're gonna be like one of my every year. I have a couple of like teams that I don't. I mean, I'm not gonna root for them as hard as Michigan, of course.
Right.
But like I if they're on, like and they're playing, I don't know, Ohio State, or they're playing. No offense, but Ohio State, or they're playing somebody, Notre Dame or whatever. Then I'm probably going to root for them. And Iowa is definitely a team that I'm going to do that for, because you got Cade, and listen, they threw a couple of parting shots. They took their shots on the way out, but at the end of the day, Cade gave a lot to the school. And so did Eric All. And if AJ comes, all three of them have done amazing things for the school. And we wish them well. I'm going to watch Andrell Anthony at Oklahoma, and I'm going to root for him too.
Yeah, I mean, when Charlie Jones was at Purdue last year, I watched Purdue. I have a lot of respect for Charlie Jones. So I watched him at Purdue, even though I don't love Purdue. I'm not a Purdue person, but I watched him because I respect him and I liked the way he played, and he looked very good. And I can't wait to see how he does in the draft as well.
I think it's a weird irony, because I really think the 4 teams to watch, and I don't think USC is necessarily only good because of their quarterback, but they definitely have the best quarterback. I don't think that's even a question. And then I think the team to watch as far as improving, without a doubt, is Iowa. And then I'm sorry, but Ohio State and Michigan are definitely going to be the 2 teams you watch outside those other 2 teams. I don't know. That's my preference. And SEC, forget it. I'm not buying them this year. Not at all. That's my little comment about us.
I'm not sure about that last part, but I think the rest of it was pretty specific.
Oh, SEC? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, I think we're the 4 teams for sure. I don't think there's even a question. Just an irony. I think it's definitely us 4.
There's just always going to be a really, really good SEC team, and the odd year there might be 2 really good teams. But in general, you're always going to have one incredibly solid, if not great to elite team from the SEC. We know that. That's what's been happening for the past 13 years, right? So it's the way it is.
So one team we haven't really talked about is Minnesota. What's your take on them this year?
Great coach.
Huh? Great coach.
I say great coach. That's all I have.
Erica rowed the boat and great coach. That was the extent of my knowledge of Minnesota.
I watched
Ibrahim.
I did watch their spring game
things
because I like PJ Fleck actually, which a lot of Iowa fans would have me burnt at the stake for saying that. But I do like PJ Fleck. I kind of do think he's gotten to his ceiling though at Minnesota. They've lost a lot of talent as well to the draft, and I don't know what's going to happen to them this year. It'll be interesting to see.
Ibrahim is great, but I don't think you can tell with Minnesota. Sorry to cut you off. What are you guys' takes on Minnesota?
Well, he's gone. He's not there. I don't think he's there
Ibrahim's
anymore.
gone? Is he really? I'm an idiot. Sorry. Okay. All right.
I might be wrong.
I mean, who else is left?
He's gone. And they lost the quarterback, Tanner Morgan.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, he had been there like 500 years, so it was about time. He ran out of COVID eligibility, and finally that was it. I don't know. I think they're a bit of an unknown. PJ Fleck has had them at a solidly 7 to 8, occasionally higher program, which, to be fair, is better than they were doing at times under coaches like Tracy Claeys. And Jerry Kill. So at the very least, he stabilized the program. He's brought it up a notch, and now I think has he done about as much as it's kind of like a Purdue. I made the comparison once before to Purdue and Jeff Brom getting as far as he could to the Big Ten West the Big Ten championship representing the West, and he did they gave Michigan their best game. Like, it was a dogfight until the fourth quarter. Purdue did a great job. Minnesota might be hitting a similar level of where PJ Fleck might be looking for a move soon. That's what I think.
Yeah,
I don't know how Clemson. How is Clemson? Sorry, go ahead, Erica.
Yeah,
I was just going to say PJ Fleck is that type of coach who kind of goes and revives programs. It feels like, and I think whoever said that he might, go to another school at some point soon, I think that's not far off. Because I think, obviously, like, really, Minnesota, I don't think they're going to do much better. I think they've hit their ceiling.
Really?
I think you're right. Yeah, Minnesota just has limitations. Just like every like a lot of the schools around there do. But with respect to Iowa, you have that long-standing culture of you when you think Iowa, you think tight ends, you think line play, you think defense, you think running. When you think of Minnesota, you think of what?
PJ Fleck.
Row the boat.
PJ Fleck.
Right. You think of non-football. You think of the
I think of the Lakers.
Marketing.
The slogans.
I think of the Lakers. Anyway.
The Lakers. Minnesota Lakers.
Yeah.
So PJ might. I mean, I think that PJ is the best that Minnesota can do, but I don't think Minnesota is the best that PJ can do. I think.
What do you think of these ESPN rankings, my friend? Is it just like what's
FPI?
that? Clemson. How is Clemson even where? How is Clemson even a good? I don't know.
The FPI
Clemson,
is a whole can of worm. I don't even give it.
Right. Okay. Forget it. Let's drop that.
I mean,
then.
for the most part, I don't give it a ton of credence.
Yeah. As an Ohio State fan, Michigan cannot be 6. They're higher than 6. That's insane. But yeah, and USC should be higher. I mean, just the whole thing was just nuts. But anyways, all right, we'll drop that. Sorry.
Well, also Georgia only being 3rd is totally
right.
wrong.
I'm like, what?
That's
right. We're not first. Georgia's first.
Hey, Ian, I just want to play devil's advocate. And before anyone, I'm talking to you, a damn beast. Before you get all mad at me, I just want to say this really quickly.
Yeah.
Being a fan who had a very dominant team, who lost assistant coaches, and saw some serious step backs when you lose the say-off as a coordinator. Sometimes you could do it. Sometimes you have the gift, and maybe a little bit of luck, like Nick Saban did. But losing Monken, and then you're losing your starting quarterback, and you're losing some integral players. To say you're stepping back a step or two, it's not like they're saying Georgia doesn't have a chance to win. They're still snugly right there at 3rd. I bet you the gap between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd on that list is tighter than anywhere else for the rest of the country. I mean, the gap
second
between,
and third is tight.
Right? I mean, LSU, they've got a lot of talent, but they got they got Brian Kelly. Sorry, I'm laughing.
They got a Brian Kelly guy.
I don't take them seriously, but the gap between those three is small. But to say that, I mean, Georgia escaped Ohio State last year. That's just a fact. If we could argue that all we want, it's truly a fact. No one can argue that.
I agree.
They
not as a homer.
They lost their DC. They lost, as much as people ripped on Stetson Bennett. Sometimes there's great college quarterbacks. They don't have to be great NFL prospects and NFL quarterbacks. That dude maximized his ability and balled out. And has saved games for them in the past. So I don't know why we think it's crazy that Georgia could be number 3. I mean, I would hope that even any objective Georgia fan would say, yeah, it's nothing wrong with being we're third. It doesn't mean there. It's just, you're in that group. That grouping's tight between those 3 schools. So it's not unheard of that they're in third place, in my opinion.
I don't think Bama's going to be number 2 with how things looked the other day.
Even what and we've said, take the spring game with a grain of salt, but I've seen Milroe in actual games too. And I mean, they're going to probably pick him unless they get a transfer. And they were talking about getting Miami's quarterback for a minute, and I guess that fell through. But
see, even DeReal is saying Bama shouldn't be number 2.
And that's a big state. We have the SEC representative saying Bama shouldn't be number 2. I mean, I don't either. I think they should be probably flip-flopped with, you got Michigan all the way down there. Texas is too high. And I mean, they all need to get reworked, basically. I put Georgia definitively number 1. And after that, you can make an argument for Michigan, Ohio State, USC, LSU, Clemson in there. But it's a little topsy-turvy.
There's a lot wrong with the list that's on the screen right now.
Right.
And I know that's Kirby Smart's defense, but they also lost Dan Lanning. And I'm not saying that he was the reason for the success of the Georgia defense. I'm just saying it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I watched the latter years of the Pete Carroll years where we thought we were invulnerable and we lost some coordinators, and that's really all it took to have a 2000. Well, that and other things, but a 2009 that was lackluster. That he had a great run, but in 2009, it was great by many schools would want that kind of a record, but it was mediocre from the success that he had. I'm not saying that's going to happen this year, but just remember, Georgia fan, you're on top right now. You will not always be on top. Enjoy it. Have a little more thick skin. Enjoy the run. Enjoy being champions, but you guys aren't invulnerable. And you start losing coordinators, and that's what happens when you're really successful, unless you can do what Nick Saban did and reload, and have the good luck of running those coordinators. It's kind of hard to keep it going. That's all I'm telling you.
How is Clemson so high? Clemson high.
I think Clemson is going to surprise some people.
Wait,
really?
John,
why?
I do.
John, can I have a second? This is like the 10th time this guy's dropped this thing. Damn Beast Media, you keep telling me that you do this for a living. What could you just drop in the chat what you do in this industry? Because I'm curious. Just if you could just let me know. You keep telling me you don't be lectured by people, including Mark, and I was like, well, okay, could you just let us know what you do for a living in the industry?
Okay, we'll let him respond to that. But I think Clemson's going to surprise some people because number one, I think they leveled up big time at offensive coordinator. I think it's one of the biggest. I think it's like what Bama did in reverse, because I think Bama went the opposite way. Clemson, I think, leveled up big time with Riley, with Garrett Riley. I think that's going to spark them. Their quarterback is better. And I think they could be a surprise pick for the playoff as well.
Clemson's quarterback.
We kind of can't stand them on some level, but anyways.
Yeah.
Anyways, they were the new Michigan for a while for us. We were just like, Clemson. But go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, it looks like Clemson's quarterback who transferred out. I'm not the biggest expert at all. I know next to nothing about Clemson, but DJ, and I can't pronounce his last name, the quarterback.
D along the Wanky.
Yeah, him.
South Pacific.
Something like that. He made a statement based on something I saw on Twitter that he left Clemson because the offense was too simple or something. Is that true? Like, is that what he said?
I don't know. I know the quarterback in Maryland is awesome at South Pacific Islander. He's phenomenal.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I remember. I know what you're talking about, Erica. He kind of called out the offense under the previous OC Streeter. I don't think. Yeah, so I think he was talking about that scheme, right?
I wouldn't know. I'm curious because that's pretty. How can I say it? That's kind of inflammatory.
Yeah, I mean, Streeter wasn't exactly an offensive genius. There's a reason he isn't there anymore.
And you don't have to talk about Clemson anymore.
They had a chance to upgrade, and they did.
Yeah.
I think Dan and Bo are going to be something in Oregon. What do you think, guys? Like the end of their season last year was like, wow, these guys might be good. Oregon. I don't know.
I don't see the hype. Nah.
Oh,
okay.
I don't know.
I think they're pretty good.
I'm not saying they're bad. I don't think they're bad. I didn't say that. I just, like, for example, the whole thing about them joining the Big Ten, what value do they bring?
Awesome.
No, really.
Well, Phil Knight's money for starters.
Yeah, but money, like there's going to be a lot of money in the Big already, like with USC coming and UCLA coming. Like, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm traditional in that regard. I was one of those people, or am one of those people who wishes we wouldn't have expanded out of the region. I mean, I didn't like when Rutgers joined either, from Maryland.
We got to welcome Tim in, though. So,
Well, actually, Matt.
Well, the good news, you don't have to
do a whole article on this too.
Yeah, you don't have to invite me in.
So check that
You're
out.
just bringing
What?
USC.
What's
they're
that?
bringing USC. They're not bringing me in. They might leave me out. We'll see.
No. Do you live in
Tim, I believe
California,
that.
Tim?
Yes, I do.
Ah, cool. Very cool. Sorry, Erica, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say to Tim, I don't mean that as a strike, like personal strike against him. I liked the regionality of it, but I know that money's winning out, so it's time to face reality that the portal and all that is here to stay.
Yeah, that was just a slow trickle when you started seeing the Southwest schools going to the SEC, right? I mean that the next step was going to be this little arms race between Fox and ESPN, and that's just what it became.
To respond to Mr.
You'll see,
Dion,
we're an awesome family, the Big Ten, Tim. We're an awesome family.
In a way,
awesome.
USC is all. I mean, we have rivalries with the Big Ten just simply because all the great games that we played over the years and Rose Bowls and
absolutely,
and there have been just a lot of home and home series. So, and again, my whole family is from Michigan, so I'm completely familiar with Michigan's smack dab right in the middle of the Midwest. Well, not really, but it's centralized in the Midwest.
Oh, it's Midwest. Woo,
no, I know it is. I mean, I'm saying,
yes, it is.
In the middle of it. If I go to Indiana.
I was going to respond to Dion Pryor, who's.
What do you call soda? What do you call soda, John?
Pop,
mom,
pop.
Mom.
Eric again.
Yeah, I was going to respond here to Dion Pryor, who's now trying to put words on my mouth, my mouth, on top of everything else he said to me tonight. I'm not saying I liked USC or UCLA joining. I didn't say that. I'm saying no offense to Tim because I talk to him often and he's a friend. So don't put words in my mouth.
We love each other. We're all Big Ten. Let's get over it.
Now, who's this guy again? What's his name again?
Dion Pryor.
John, were you really upset when Penn State joined? How about Maryland? Did you get all upset when Maryland was going to join? Or are you just a little bit chicken?
No.
Are you yellow, brother? Are you yellow? Is that what's going on here? You're a bit scared right now?
Oh, my gosh.
I think he's scared of a lot of stuff because he keeps making anti-Iowa comments. But anyway, he can go on. Whatever.
Why are we anti-USC? I don't get it. Why are we anti-USC?
Well, because I made the comment that I like regionality in the conferences. But like I also said,
that's okay. You can
like I also said, it's reality that's not happening anymore. So that is what it is. I can like it all I want, but that's not what's happening.
What do you think of the two super conferences they seem to be kind of pushing?
Oh,
Big
God,
Ten and
I hate
SEC.
it. I hate it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, totally right.
I think.
What do you think, John? What's that to you? Two big conferences.
Well, the two super conferences. I think eventually we'll get there. It's going to take decades because of the contractual restrictions.
Decades. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to take decades. I mean, at least one decade. Because I don't know if you've been talking with the ACC people. So when I stopped by our buddies Jordan Bowman and Tiger Paw over at the Clemson show, they've talked multiple times about how difficult those contracts are to get out of. But I think that we're headed there. Fox, ESPN proxy war, and Fox representing the Big Ten and ESPN representing the SEC.
Wow.
Darrell has a solid top 5, I think. And this is Darrell here giving Michigan, Ohio State, and USC their props.
And no, that account was hacked. Someone called Darrell. If someone called Darrell and let him know that somebody has hacked his account.
But I think those are all legitimate choices. I mean, LSU would be the one that I just don't see Brian. I mean, yeah, he had that game against Bama. I just don't see that he's going to take it to the promised land this year. However, LSU coaches do have a history of stumbling into a national title. Ed Orgeron, Les Miles. And probably at some point Brian Kelly will stumble into a national title, but I do not think it's going to be this year.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's going to hit the playoffs. But I could be wrong. I think
I'm not a big LSU person at all after what happened with women's basketball.
Neither are a lot of our Notre Dame fans in the chat. Not
Notre Dame should be ranked higher. How did that happen to Notre Dame? My gosh, like what?
Notre Dame looked good. Did anyone watch the spring game? I watched like a little bit. Notre Dame looked good.
I didn't watch
Really?
it.
Oh, I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah,
wow.
Well, they've upgraded at quarterback.
Wow, Sam Hartman. Cannot wait. Cannot wait.
Yeah, Sam Hartman did and again, I know it's a spring game. I know it's that you've got to take it with a grain of salt.
No.
But remember, Notre Dame's defense. Freeman is a defensive coach, and he was able to do that against at least half of the defense. So I mean, I think that there's some promise for Notre Dame this year.
Some of these comments are awesome.
Well,
Notre Dame on the way to winning the toilet bowl.
I think the issue with Notre Dame is going to be so. I think Estime is a really good back. I think they're solid there. I don't know their situation on offensive line, but I'm assuming it's Notre Dame. They're going to have a solid offensive line. So it's going to come down to receivers. And this day in this day, Hartman's awesome too. But if you don't have at least one, if not two, because if you have only one really good receiver, they'll just bracket that guy all night long, and that puts pressure on Hartman to find another receiver. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they have another good tight end coming up. I'm sorry in the chat. I know you're there, Michael or D-Rock.
Talking about spring games, because I don't know if John's going to close this up soon. Our spring game, I'm sorry, Colin McCord, and I'm going to say it, and you black guys can, kiss my you-know-what, class of 93, so whatever. Gave blood to that school. McCord sucks. I'm sorry. The guy he sucks.
Wow.
He sucks. Yeah, okay. Get over it.
About sucks.
Devin is our man. And of course, you know what I think? A Michigan leprechaun went up to one of the coaches and said, "Why don't you throw really fast to Devin? Throw the ball fast to him," and jammed his finger. That's my little excuse that how that happened. I'm like, Devin. I'm sure he did the same. I'm sure he smashed his head against the locker when he found out he screwed his finger up. He's like, I'm an idiot. Yeah, Devin's our man. Without a doubt. McCord, I'm sorry. So I'm saying that McCord sucks. Our own line is frightening. Help us. Like, oh my gosh, what are we doing? So we have issues. And then this whole allegiance and being in love with Travion and Mayan. And it's like, oh guys, please just stop. Like, Dallin and Chip, if we didn't have Dallin and Chip and TC and even Evan, I'd be like, okay, those are our backs. But I mean, we've got such great backs, and we're so like, Day is so loyal to these, these old guys. It's like, so we've got big troubles in little China. We've got big troubles to everyone. Ohio State. So like, you guys can trounce us. I mean, jump in and say anything about our spring game, because our offense was just atrocious. So thoughts?
I didn't see Ohio State's game at all, but I think DeReal got his account back. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, okay. I was worried.
Well, I mean, I even think that non-SEC people, non-SEC people would say that SEC team is likely, but not going to win. I think this could be a Big Ten year, because look at Michigan, Ohio State, and even there's a possibility that Penn State figures it out.
Did anyone see our game at all? Did anyone see the spring game for Ohio State at all?
No.
Oh, the Ohio State game.
I saw some.
The USC game. So
I saw
no one saw it. Okay, got it.
I saw some of it, and I thought that McCord did okay. And I think McCord.
I love McCord. He's awesome, but
I think McCord looks better because he's throwing to 5-star talent all over the field. So he looks better than he would at another program for sure. You don't need to have a Justin Fields every year. You need to have a serviceable quarterback. If the other guy beats him, then that'll happen. It'll probably happen in 2024. McCord will probably be. McCord is probably done after this, right? Probably could go to the NFL.
They say he might come back, but right.
Okay, so then so he's going to.
Kyle, I love you. I didn't mean this. You're the best. We love you, and I love you, and I'm
Well, remember,
we love you, Kyle.
He's probably going to get it because they recruited him over Remember, they recruited him over JJ McCarthy, so they picked him. Number one. Number two, he's got the connection with Marvin Harrison Jr. They played in high school together. So I think that for those reasons, and because there's a history at Ohio State at picking at it being somebody's turn, and so it's his turn. And so unless he stinks it up, McCord's going to be the quarterback next year.
I love you, Kyle. Please don't screw up.
What do you guys think UCLA is going to do in the Big Ten when they get here?
Good.
It depends.
They think have a good future.
The quarterback. All right, oh my God, Chip Kelly at the quarterback would be funny to see. Now Chip Kelly a head coach. If they have Chip Kelly as their head coach, he just doesn't recruit. You know what I mean? And I don't think that you're going to be able to play and win in the Big Ten unless you want to figure out how recruiting works.
It looks like their record is like, I'm looking at their history, like, of wins in the last few years. So they had 9-4 last year, 8-4, then 3-4, 4-8, 3-9. Like, they're all over the board. So it seems like they're unpredictable.
Chip is a good coach. Very good coach.
Yeah, he's a good offensive.
He's a
coach.
very good offensive coordinator. I think he schemes well and plans his team. Definitely, I've seen that. But coaching isn't all X's and O's, and there's no excuse to be at UCLA and just having the high school recruiting classes they have. It's tantamount to being like almost criminal how bad his high school recruiting classes are. Pete Carroll used to go up against guys, coaches, and lose some guys to across town. Not many, but they would lose the occasional ones.
Pete was a freak. He was so good.
Well,
he was such a good coach.
But that's why I'm saying that you should because UCLA is God, it hurts to say this, is an amazing school. They do have a great athletic heritage, not necessarily football. The football has really been waning over the years, but you don't have to go back ancient history. I mean, for some people, maybe it might be, but around 2000, they were really close to winning a national championship under Bob Toledo, like really close. Matter of fact, that Miami that literally hurricane game, because they had to postpone that game. We could be talking about them winning a national championship in 2000.
2000, their record was 6-6.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No, sorry, not 2000. Why am I saying 2000?
2014 was 10-3. Let's see.
No, that wouldn't be it. They let.
I mean, I don't see anything except for, pretty average, like some good years and some average.
No, I got to think of the year. They were exceptional. They lost to Miami. They had to reschedule the game. Well, Mark and I were talking.
Miami is really good at the late 90s, early 2000s.
Let's see.
Still. So I don't know if that.
We have a little bit of.
I'll find it.
We have a little bit of breaking news. Nakai Hill-Green is officially choosing Charlotte as his destination. Transferred out of Michigan today. He is the second, I think, player to follow Biff, who was kind of the second in command, sort of, almost like a chief of staff-esque guy for Jim Harbaugh the last couple of years, and a couple of key players going to Charlotte. So, in case people wanted to know where
Charlotte
was going, they have football there, I guess.
I guess.
And Biff Foggy is the head coach.
Yeah, right. It was 1998. So I mean, and they had some pretty good teams in the 90s, and they're really good in the 80s going back. But yeah, they really have just been pretty mediocre since. But if you put the right, it's smack dab. It's a great university. It's in Southern California. A lot of recruits around. You get the right coach in there, they can make some noise.
98 must have been it because they went to the Rose Bowl and lost. They had 10-2 record, so that would make sense, I guess.
Yeah, that Rose Bowl game, there's a whole story behind that, but that's for a whole nother time. But that Miami game was the game. This was we played earlier in the season, and that game was close. I mean, it came down to a really weird play at the end, and they lost that game. I wasn't crying.
What happened to the Hurricanes? They were like kings. I used to love watching the Notre Dame Miami games in the 80s. They were like the kings for a while there. It was just so amazing. They just disappeared.
And then, really quickly, we're all leaving. I want to ask Michael, if he's the Notre Dame fan. He started laughing at me. He said that Notre Dame is deep at wide receiver. If they're deep at wide receiver, why are you moving Chris Tyree from running back to slot receiver?
Oh man, that's so much caps lock.
What in the world?
I'm missing it.
Any more questions? Just ask. We're asking. We're doing. We're asking.
More questions. I love that. I will give Michael this. He enthusiastically supports his team, and you got to give him that. And he supports his team in the Buckeye channel, and he supports his team in the Clemson channel, and he supports his team everywhere. He's a big Notre Dame fan, and we love the fact that you can be that enthusiastic in April about your football team. That's what we love here at the Voice of College Football, and that's what we're going to wrap on. Everybody, you've been wonderful. Thank you for being on the panel. I'm going to let you all go one by one. So I'm going to give you all a chance to plug whatever, where people can find you. Going to start with Mr. Alex Martin. Any final thoughts, and where can people find you?
Well, I always like to leave with a little bit of help, i.e. criticism from the world as to how we can improve our team, so I can hit the chats and go bananas. So if you have any critiques of Ohio State, throw them at me in less than 30 seconds so John can close this up. Seriously.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's going to be quite a few of the folks in there, but you guys can chop it up together. But Alex, everybody's
okay. All right. That's all I ever have to say at the end. That's all I ever have to say is how I can improve my Buckeyes.
Great panel.
But I love this show. Thanks a lot. It was a great show. You guys are awesome. It was fun. It was awesome.
Thank you, Porter.
Thanks, Alex.
You were a great panel. That's nice.
All right, Erica, how about we go with you next? Okay. Yeah, any thoughts? Any thoughts to leave us on?
My thought will be that chat warriors are fun, but they're even more fun if they get the guts to call in. So please consider it for next week. If you weren't, if you didn't call in this week, please consider calling us. And, we'd love to have more teams represented, like we always say. I don't mind talking Iowa football, but I'm sure other people want to hear about other teams. So please do join us.
Everybody, if you know people who are Penn State fans, Maryland fans, Illinois fans, Indiana fans, Wisconsin, Nebraska, Purdue, Rutgers. These are the types of schools we need to hear more from. So please, like, tell your friends, tell your people, like, we don't bite. You can turn your camera off. We don't care. But we would love to hear from some of the other schools in the Big Ten. I was even going individually at people like, hey, Michael, hey, I like eating crabs in Maryland and crab cakes. Come on in and talk to us about Maryland football. So like let's all encourage each other. Call in if you're a school that we don't hear about very often.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I have. You can find me on Twitter. My name on there is Eriquita0115. I talk about Iowa football on there. I talk about politics sometimes, and I post cute pictures or retweet cute pictures of dogs and talk about travel. So feel free to follow me if you're so inclined. And thanks for having me as always, John. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And I've just posted Erica's Twitter. So if you are so inclined, give her a follow. I follow her, and it's good stuff.
Thank you.
Thanks, Erica, for being on.
Have a good day. Bye.
You too. All right, Tim.
Yeah, just a final word. So just follow my buddy Michael's. I'm not gonna let that fly. I took a look. Tobias Merriweather. How many catches do you think Tobias Merriweather had last year, John? He had one.
I was going to say 5. I was 4 off.
I didn't recognize any of these guys. Chris Tyree is awesome. Fast back, right? Small guy. And I do think it's a great move to move him out to slot. But what I made my comment is that I said they need to find some receivers. And the guys you just listed there, Michael, I'm sorry. I had to look up their stats because I just really didn't know. And I know Merriweather's a big guy. I think he could be really good. But you can't go all cap on someone and make it seem like you have Ohio State or USC's wide receiver room. And I'm not even saying we have that kind of a situation. I'm just saying all I said is you need to have 2 guys. And I'm sorry, the problem that's happened at Notre Dame has been they've had good offensive lines. They've had an insane, right? They had Michael Mayer there, a great tight end. I think they have another tight end in the wings. But you guys don't have what I would call even like really an above average receiving core. And if you can't come to grips with that, that's fine. I'm sorry if I've hurt your feelings, but maybe easy on the caps next time. So so we have our show on Sunday nights. I'm sure I made a lot of Irish friends just now. We have a show at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 Eastern. We had a great time talking about the Georgia defensive tackle Bear Alexander came over. We dropped that video. If you guys want to check it out, appreciate it. And I can't wait to get to the Big Ten. It'll be just a year away from now, so it'll be exciting.
It's coming, and it'll be here before we know it. And book your flights to LA or the Midwest, depending on where you're headed. And at least it'll be some new environments for some people.
I'm gonna get as many in as I can before October. Then I'm done. I don't even like going to Notre Dame, in the middle of October. So September, I'll hit all those up, and
there you go.
Get some more later on. All right, thanks, John.
Thanks, Tim. Good to see you. All right. A couple of housekeeping things. We always thank our panel. It was such a great panel tonight. And tell your friends, tell your Penn State, your Indiana, your Illinois, your Nebraska, your Wisconsin, your Purdue, your Rutgers, your Maryland, all your teams that aren't the ones that we talk about for hours every week. We want to hear from different schools and different perspectives. On your way out, subscribe, tell people you bring in one friend. If everybody does that, we're going to double or triple what we have. So do that. You see, we made a helpful little animated graphic here. Subscribe. It's so easy. So you hit that. You hit the like button, then you hit the subscribe button, and then you hit the the bell to get notified when things happen. So that's fun. I like that a lot. Thank you to everybody who super chatted today. So all of them are right here. So you'll see them go through the ticker. Thank you everybody who did that. Don't forget to join our Patreon. It's a great time. Check out our merch. We talked about that earlier. You can get multiple items, get a discount. And if you're shopping on Amazon, don't forget to hit Mark's link. It takes 2 seconds, and it gives Mark a couple of bucks. you're shopping. I just got a popcorn maker on it. Makes delicious popcorn. Not the microwave stuff anymore. I've leveled up, and I used Mark's link to do that. Next up, USC Trojans live, coming in about 45 minutes, and it's going to be on the USC channel. So what I'm going to do is I'm literally going to post a link right here. So there's no excuse. Okay? Going to take you 2 seconds to pop on over there. Just literally hold it and join us at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific for USC Trojans live. And I did a little bit of Michael caps lock there accidentally. But yeah, no, it's a great time. And Matt Zemek, I was alluding to his article that he wrote about Oregon. You can check that out. It's good stuff. He actually wrote an article about Oregon joining the Big Ten, so it was relevant to what we were just talking about. But like I say every week when I'm leading up to the USC show, you always learn something watching USC Trojans live. I always learn something every single week that I watch that show. So check it out. It's coming up in about 45 minutes, and that's it for me. And of course, I have to say, go blue. And have a great night, everybody.